The time is now. Do you want to give them more when the time is now? You've seen the rest now. You want the best when the time is now. The time is now. You've seen the rest now. You want the best when the time is now.
You are looking live at what is now the premier indoor track and field facility in the Midwest, and it is right here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds inside the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. Continued with live coverage here on the ISC Sports Network of the 2024 Crossroads League Indoor Track and Field Championships. Pete, it's a pleasure to be with you here as we continue on with competition day 2 of these championships here as you look at the competitors of the indoor heptathlon pole vault competition here. But Pete, what an excellent facility this is to have some really solid indoor track and field.
It's gorgeous. It took my breath away when I actually walked in to see it. Being a head track coach for 3 different high schools, we had indoor meets at Penn, for instance. We had Schmucker Middle School had a field house. Nothing like this. I mean, there was dangerous. It just always kind of scared me having indoor meets, but this is a gorgeous facility, and this is the first live broadcast of any broadcasting team to do a meet here, and we are so privileged at ISC to be the ones to do this. Thanks to Mitch Huppert and the Crossroads League for allowing us to be your voice this afternoon here in Indianapolis at what I call the swine barn, because that's what this used to be. We'll probably talk about during the broadcast, but what a great use of the facility, and they have made everything first class.
There is a look at Mitch Huppert as he walks along here. He is certainly the brains behind this whole operation as we get things going here for a great day of competition to decide who will be the Crossroads League champion in indoor track and field. Also want to give a special shout out as well to our crew today, Jordan Shue, our director, as well as Wes Wolf, Eric Connect, as well as Dylan Lax, Dalton Cox, and Devin Hale on the cameras and replay as well. Setting the stage for today, you're going to be seeing a lot of finals competition. There were the prelims yesterday of the 60 hurdles as well as the 60-meter dash, but then you also have timed finals today in the 200, 400, 800, as well as the 1,000 and the mile, all leading up to a team score of who will be the team champion in the Crossroads League. As you see the competitors walking out now from the staging area for the women's 60-meter hurdles. We'll get to that in just a matter of moments. But Pete, one thing here to keep in mind is, especially on the men's side as well as the women, the Marion Knights have been dominant in the history of this particular meet. In the last 4 years, only one time has Marion not won it. That was the women back in 2021.
Their university has made a commitment to all their athletic departments, or all their departments actually, all their sports, and it's really paid off for them. They've done a great job. They have an outstanding team here this year, but they've got some good competitors in this league. I being a Bethel University grad, take a lot of pride. We didn't have a track and field program in the 70s and 80s when I was in school, and they've done a nice job of building one here also.
By the way, the bar in the heptathlon pole vault right there, just north of 15 feet, that was Ridge Willard, who is second right now in the men's heptathlon overall. Jaden Haldeman from Mount Vernon Nazarene. He is currently in the lead in the overall standings in that. We will keep you apprised to that as the rest of the day goes on with the pole vault as well as the men's 1,000 meters in the heptathlon. That'll be going on throughout the course of the day. But now we set the stage for the first running event on the track here today. That is the women's 60-meter hurdles. And Pete, needless to say, one competitor that has been dominant in this one right here, as you see with the hip number 4, that is Allie Hawk. She is a sophomore from Indiana Wesleyan. She has really come on strong in this event over her first couple years here in college track and field.
Start is really important in the 60 hurdles. If you're not a track enthusiast, a great start gives you such a great advantage because this race goes so fast. I love how fast this race goes. At the same time, you have to be so technical to get out of those blocks in this race.
And there you see them going through some initial warm-ups as well here. The meet record set by the great Aaron Alexak just last season, 8:56 just a season ago. And needless to say, that is one thing that I talked with assistant head coach for Marion, Katie Wise, earlier this week, is the fact that Aaron Alexak, she was pretty much their Swiss Army knife for this track and field team as well as a soccer player for the Knights. She has certainly been missed, but still, Brooke Kaufman going to be representing the Knights, the freshman, in this final as well. But also, you'll be seeing Rylan Bajaris from Bethel. She is right there as well. And also, keep in mind as well, the A standard to qualify for the Crossroads meet as well as the national meet is 888. So that is the magic number you're going to be looking at here. So getting into the blocks here for the first running event of today, it is the women's 60-meter hurdles.
A little bit different than when they were in high school. Meets usually are run like in the afternoon and evenings, and a 12 o'clock start here, 12:30 actually, as we get ready for the 60-meter hurdle finals. A little bit changed sometimes in your approach before a race. I know we were talking to some of the Goshen team members. They didn't even stay the night last night, so they went back to Goshen's, to the Maple Leaf City. But you've got to get your prep, because again, it's gone before you forget it, this race.
Certainly impressive. They made that drive in a snowstorm nonetheless yesterday, dumping about 4 inches of snow on the greater Indianapolis area. So getting into the blocks now after they had them stand up initially. Again, Allie Hawk in lane number 4, going to be the one to watch, along with Rylan Bajaris from Bethel and Patience Saki of Taylor. She is the meet record holder in the 200 meters, as well as the second fastest all-time in this event. A clean start, and as you mentioned, Pete Smith, a great start from Allie Hawk right down in the middle, but coming up alongside is Saki, and at the lean at the line, it is awfully close. It looks like Patience Saki may have gotten Allie Hawk there, and indeed she did. 8:87, just making the NAIA A standard. What a run there from the competitor from Taylor.
She got a great start. I noticed them both out of the blocks, and she actually got the better start there, and it paid off. Good trail legs there across. Saki, almost that last one hit that hurdle, but cleared it enough to hold on to that lead. Great race.
Patience Saki, the runner-up to Aaron Alexak in the NAIA Outdoor 110 High Hurdles this past spring, now adding a Crossroads League championship to her repertoire. So now we take a little break before we go on to the men's race. That'll be the men's 60-meter hurdles. They adjust the positioning of the hurdles as well. But a great race here to get things going in this event.
Clean. You don't like to see hurdles fall, and that was a very clean race there.
So while they take some time to adjust the hurdles here, again, as we talked about, the men for the Marion Knights, they have swept this meet in the history of it being scored ever since going back to 2019. So looking for a new team champion this season, but so far, as we look at the team scoring as well as the final results of the women's 60-meter high hurdles, against Saki just getting Allie Hawk by about 0.3 of a second, and then Rylan Bajaris there in third. Some big points there as far as Taylor is concerned. Expected to be one of the big competitors for the Marion Knights women. And now going through final checks before we get going with the men's 60-meter high hurdles. There will also be some field events going on here today. Warm-ups going on at the moment in the shot put area, as well as the competition for the women's shot put going on at the moment. We'll have a roaming camera, as well as the women's triple jump going to be going on as well throughout the course of this, as you see now a live look at the women's triple jump. One of the competitors to look at that right there is Erica Zillerith, who just had her first jump right there. Again, a season best of 11:32. Destiny Copeland, the conference meet record from Huntington just a season ago, with a jump of 12 meters, 12 centimeters, which is right around 39 feet if you're going from metric to English measurement.
Quick look at the triple jump there.
That is Shamara Anderson, the sophomore from Marion. Seeded fourth in this event this year, has not broken 11 meters this season, but looking to try and get above that this year. Again, the A standard to qualify for the national meet, 1150 meters. To try and get that one, she can certainly try and find that extra half meter to get to that national meet.
That transition you make into the triple jump is not easy. I mean, it's not a high school sport in the state of Indiana. Other states have that sport, but in the state of Indiana, so I had several athletes that ended up being triple jumpers, but they'd come back and say, Coach, man, this is a lot different. It's like a hop, skip, and jump, and that's it.
That's literally
a great
what
way
it
of
is.
putting it. Yeah.
Of course, I remember taking a whack at triple jump whenever I was competing when I went from high school to college at Indiana State. Didn't exactly have the coordination for it, but still, it is certainly a whole new can of worms when you're making that transition from the high school to the college ranks. As you saw Blessing Loudermilk right there from Indiana Wesleyan. She is the conference leader this year at 11:49, so literally just a millimeter shy of that A standard to try and qualify for the national meet. More competitors going through here now in the women's triple jump. Again, we also have the men's heptathlon pole vault going on at the moment. And we'll keep you apprised of everything as it goes along here. And, you know, Pete, coming to this particular type of atmosphere and just getting your team kind of pumped up from a coaching perspective, you know, what do you tell a team when you're coming into a big meet like this saying, hey, it's go time to try and win a championship?
Well, relax and don't alter what we've been practicing. We spent a lot of time. You've trained a lot. Now, don't do something you haven't done before or we've talked about in strategy. Like, you know, you talk about going out too fast sometimes or saving it to the end. You've had all those experiences in high school, your track meets during the season, and now just continue to the plan and follow the plan. And that's sounds easier than it is because kids get so ramped up. And these aren't kids necessarily. These are young people now, you know, with the collegiate athletes here.
Again, precious points are on the line in every event that you have going on here today. Again, the team scoring going from 10 points for first place and then 8 points for second and then down in single intervals from all the way down to 8th place. So the top 8 competitors score in each event. So if you get to the finals and out of the prelims, you are guaranteed to at least get a point for your team, which can be
huge.
The difference.
Huge when it gets really close. And it was always different for me, Kurt, when I coached basketball in the winter, then I coached track and field in the spring. And it's a completely different mindset because you're building a team based on trying to score points in races and knowing who your competition is. And you jockey putting athletes in other events to try to earn some points and get you 2 or 3 or 1 point even. And it can really come down to that when you're talking about a conference meet with the teams we have in this league. And again, if you're just joining us, our rundown is, you know, Marian University, Taylor University, Huntington. We've got the Grace Lancers here, the Goshen Maple Leafs, Indiana Wesleyan, my alma mater, the Bethel Pilots, St. Francis, Spring Arbor up in Michigan, and from Ohio, Mount Vernon Nazarene. So nice that we've got a couple. You know, this league has changed a lot from when I was in it, but for the better. It's a great league with great values by all the schools and what they stand for.
Certainly a lot of growth within the Crossroads League. As I mentioned at the outset, this is only the 5th year that this meet has been scored from a team perspective. So they have really gotten things going into one of the preeminent conferences for track and field in the country when it comes to the NAIA ranks. We now turn our attention to the middle of the track again for the men's 60-meter high hurdles. The A standard to qualify for the national meet this year is 8:21, so 8 seconds and 0.2 of a second to try and get to the automatic qualifier for the national meet. So far, no one in the conference has hit that standard, but one who could certainly do it is Connor Williams of Mount Vernon, who is at the middle of your screen right there with the black running tights. So far, a season best this year of 8:32. He was the runner-up at the Muskie meet number 3 earlier this year, but he was 3rd in the conference outdoor in the 110 high hurdles. He is certainly one to compete as well, but Michael Williams and Gus Martinez from Marion will also be in this field as well.
Well, who we kind of thought was the favorite the first race did not win. Let's see what happens here. But as you mentioned, you look at him, it's like, doesn't seem fair. Look how tall and lanky he is, and
you have to have long legs to be a good hurdler.
It helps. Now the 300s are different. I mean, when I'm sorry, when you go to the college meet, but boy, to be a high hurdler in a sprint race, height definitely helps. You step over those hurdles.
So here we go with the men's final in the 60-meter high hurdles. Even I have my head in the outdoor mode there, to say the least. So 60 meters. And a clean start, and as you can expect, right there is Williams, but also Micah Williams and Martinez coming up strong right at the line. What a great run there in lane number 6 from Gus Martinez to try and get in there, but still, as we expected there, Williams from Mount Vernon Nazarene, 8:46, so still off of that national qualifying standard, but still an excellent race here from Mount Vernon Nazarene's Connor Williams.
You know, as you try to go for standards, Kurt, you know if you win the race, you have the best chance of beating that standard. So it's a little bit different than, as you know, in other sports, how many points you need to break a record, like Caitlin Clark the other night for the Iowa Hawkeyes. In this case, you just try to win the race and hope that your adrenaline and competition pushed you to break that standard.
So there you see the final results. As they keep coming in there, they're not in order just quite yet, but still it's going to be Connor Williams at the top, followed by Micah Williams of Marion and Jared Wallace of Spring Arbor, just grabbing third right there to get some big points for Spring Arbor. So as they take the hurdles off, we'll take our first time out. When we come back, we continue live coverage of the Crossroads League Indoor Track and Field Championships here on the ISC Sports Network.
Marion University is like a home to me.
Campus is where I made friends that I know will last a lifetime.
Academics, sports, or arts, Marion's got something for you.
Plus, downtown Indy is just 10 minutes away from campus.
I'm a huge sports fan. Living in Indy, I've got the Knights, the Colts, and the Pacers.
Applying was so fast and easy.
I went to Marion for the education, but what I took away was the experience.
Marion University offers an exceptional education and an unforgettable experience. Apply today for full scholarship consideration at marion.edu.
At Indiana Members Credit Union, we're invested in more than just your finances. We're invested in your future, the future of your family, the well-being of the community you live in, and in those who dream big. Until those dreams become a reality, any bank can give you a loan or open an account. At IMCU, we care about more than just dollars and cents. We care about doing things that make sense. And investing in you makes good sense to us.
Some say you have to choose between reaching for Mars or harnessing more energy from a star. Going faster than the speed of sound versus bringing clean water from out of the ground. We say, why not both? The choice then is Marion University's Whitaker School of Engineering. Discover success with purpose. Learn more at marion.edu/engineering.
Pepsi's always had great taste. Today, try great taste with zero sugar. This is the Pepsi with zero compromises. This is Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Once again, back live here inside of the Fall Creek Pavilion at the Indiana State Fairgrounds on the ISC Sports Network. Live coverage of the Crossroads League Indoor Track and Field Championships alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Pete, we're rocking and rolling here through the first couple events. Again, the men's and women's 60-meter hurdles just contested. We have a break in the action on the track as we continue moving through some field events as we get ready for the 60-meter dash on the women's side. That'll be coming up here in about maybe 6 or 7 minutes or so, but still, as we keep moving through some of the field events here, the women's triple jump among to watch here as you see competitors rolling through at the moment.
Yeah, we've got two beautiful long jump pits here in this facility, side by side next to the pole vault ramp, which the men's heptathlon pole vault competition is going on. And the bar, I've noticed, is pretty high compared to when we got here this morning, Kurt. It's up there pretty well. I can't see exactly what the height of it is now, but.
And as we can see right now, it looks like it's sitting at just north of 16 feet. So you're probably looking at about 16 feet 1 1/4 inches, which is about 580, 585, or rather 485 as far as meters are concerned. Again, in college you do metric, not English, even though you can see the English measurement right there, but still
the standards, yes.
Just north of 16 feet right there. So that's going to be some big banker points here for Ridgeland Wallace here of Indiana Wesleyan here as he continues with the men's HEP pole vault here going on right there on the infield.
Yeah, he has been close to clearing that his last attempt, I noticed.
Here is Kiana Seifert of Taylor continuing here with the women's triple jump. So far, the best jump has come from Blessing Loudermilk at 11:09. The best distance so far in the women's triple jump. Holly Reuter of Marion also up there as well at 10:26 at that particular one. There you see the athletes kind of killing some time here in the team area as they get fueled up as for the rest of their events coming up here later on this afternoon. And certainly, Pete, just a lot of space to work with here inside this facility here to try and keep building up and make this one of the best facilities in the entire Midwest.
Well, I'm not sure they can make it much better right now. Just the way it's opened up is beautiful. Comes a Forrester.
Here is Erica Zayareth.
Oh.
And that was a very nice jump. That'll probably challenge for the lead right there. Her previous jump just 2 millimeters shy of Loudermilk. And they're going to get a big one here. Meanwhile, in the pole vault at the HEP, we just had a big clearance at 16 1 1/4.
I thought he was close to his last attempt here.
Here we got the replay of this. Excellent job by our ISC Sports Network crew. Slow and steady on that UCS pole, but he gets the job done. What a clearance right there.
Great leap. I recognize the judge over there, Kevin Horrigan, who is an outstanding track and field judge, former high school athletic director, and huge track enthusiast. We have some outstanding people here helping operate and run this event, these officials.
That was Ridge Willard again of Indiana Wesleyan, one of the top heptathletes here in the conference. As there was Naomi Walters of Marion with her first attempt at the triple jump. And by the way, that previous jump from Erica Zayareth, 11:29. That is the new leading mark here in the women's triple jump.
And she looks pretty happy there as we take a look at her on the screen. I don't blame her. I knew it was a good jump. She got some good height on it. That's part of the problem. When you get to that third step, it's hard to explode up in the air because I'd be worn out. And I was a long jumper in high school. I would be worn out trying to do a third jump.
And keep in mind, in the long jump, you're just running and going. In triple jump, you have to run and then take big 3 leaps and go into the sand pit. Here is Nadia Rhodes of Taylor. So far, a best jump today of 9:73, so off the pace of some of the top contenders, but still trying to get in there and get some points for Taylor. And we'll have that mark here in just a matter of moments. Meanwhile, in the heptathlon pole vault, Willard will have the option to see how high he wants to go. And this is the thing when you're taking into account for the heptathlon here, Pete. You get points in the heptathlon based on the mark that you get, which means you can try and eke out as many points as you possibly can to get the best result in the overall heptathlon.
I'm glad you explained that because if you're just watching this because you're a big ISC fan or a Crossroads League fan, it's a little bit different scoring that you would at a typical meet of 6 to 8 to 12 teams. It's not just winning first place. You can increase your points by going higher in your jumps and your leaps and things like that in that event.
And going into the pole vault, Jaden Halderman of Mount Vernon of Nazarene was the overall heptathlon leader, so Willard able to try and cut into his lead the more he goes higher in the men's pole vault. Back to the running events here as we get set for the women's 60-meter dash. And Pete, the one to watch in this particular one again will be Allie Hawk out of the sophomore out of Indiana Wesleyan. But the league leader at the moment is Riley Hirschberger. And I was talking to a couple coaches about her in particular yesterday. She is an athlete, a senior, who literally came out of nowhere out of her first 3 years. She now has the league leading mark at 7:65 coming in here, just 1/1000th of a second off of the A standard to qualify for the national meet.
You know, a perfect example, sometimes you don't reach that peak until maybe 2 or 3 years later. It's just an interesting, genetic thing sometimes where your body isn't fully ready to perform at its optimum level sometimes, and that's neat. And plus, a lot of hard work, I'm sure. I mean, you can be a tactician, as I said in the hurdles. I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the heptathlon pole vault again. But you can be a technician coming out of the blocks. Your form is important. Your height over hurdles, for instance. But here in a sprint event, like you just referred to, I mean, out of that block, it is just speed. It's just got to be your speed here. And what a beautiful runway they have here. It's in the center of the track, as you can probably tell from our vantage point. But it's just a wonderful. And we're talking about how conference records will be broke today because of the quality of the track compared to older materials and surfaces they've run on.
And to that point, Pete, just yesterday in the opening running event in the women's 4x800 meter relay, again, this is how invaluable our good friend Mitch Huppert is at Marion. He said that the Marion women's 4x8 relay team not only won the conference championship in that event, they broke the conference record by 10 seconds because of how fast this track is.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. When I was at Warsaw, I was telling you, we put on the same type of track when we built our outdoor track at Warsaw when I was there in 1983, 84 year. And, some records that I thought would never be broke, like a Whitey Bell's record, who was an Olympian for Warsaw. The conditions were a lot different, and it was just amazing.
So the competitors here, Patience Saki in lane 1, Ashley Hall lane 2, Katala Jones, the freshman from Marion, in lane 3. Again, the aforementioned Riley Hirschberger from Bethel in lane 4, Allie Hawk in lane 5, Diara Davis of Taylor in lane 6, and then you have Georgia Mameli in 7 and Sydney Osbury in lane number 8. And one particular absence to mention here is Armani Clay of Marion. She suffered a hamstring injury in practice leading up to this event, so Marion had to hold her out of this 60-meter dash. So, getting set to go here for the final in the women's 60-meter dash. Another clean start. Hawk out to the early lead along with Katala Jones. Hirschberger right there, though, but how about Katala Jones right at the line? But Hirschberger able to just get the closing speed, and it is Hirschberger at 7:71, just barely beating out Katala Jones here from Marion.
Yeah, she got off to a slow start, a little short stride coming out of the blocks, but then she started to extend that stride and made it up very quickly there.
And we have a virtual tie for second place between Katala Jones and Allie Hawk in third. Looks like they're going to give it to Jones by going to the 1,000th of a second, as they both have 7:77s there. But Riley Hirschberger, with that unique stride she has, the senior for Bethel, getting a big 10 points there for the pilots.
She went to Northwood High School. I just had to check my notes here. Hirschberger's name is pretty familiar up in Elkhart County, and I had assumed that she was probably a Northwood or Goshen high school graduate. And she is a graduate student, so has that extra year of experience. As you take a look at the final results being posted now.
So then there you go, Riley Hirschberger, 7:71, still off of that A standard to get to the national meet, but she still has the B standard. Again, the B standard, A standard that you hear us talking about an awful lot.
Mm-hmm.
The B standard means that you have at least made the minimum benchmark to qualify, but it's not a guarantee that you will go to the national meet. It depends on how the rest of the nation figures out when it goes to the national meet qualifying rankings. But still, we now turn our attention to the men's 60-meter dash here in just a matter of moments, but still plenty of field event action to get to as we continue on here with coverage of the Crossroads League Track and Field Championships. So back to the women's triple jump here. And we keep things going here as have a slight issue here with our timing and scoring at our here at our broadcast booth here. We'll get that figured out here as we continue on here. But still, one of the competitors to certainly watch out for, as we've been talking about, is Blessing Loudermilk, as well as Erica Zayareth.
A lot of moving pieces going on in a track meet. You can turn your back one way and see something, and that's always very, very nice when you get these conference meets, is that they're all conducted pretty much simultaneously. So you've got to be, your head's got to be on a swivel if you're watching your favorite athletes compete.
Another solid jump there from that competitor from Taylor. So back to the top here again, Eric Zayareth, again the one from Huntington who set that leading mark just a couple of jumps ago.
See if she can stay on a roll. That was a heck of a jump she just had in her last attempt. I mean, believe me, the triple jump doesn't look easy anyway, but figuring you've got to hit that first mark exactly right with your foot to get the optimal distance. Here she comes.
Zayareth looking good with that quick step that time. It is a good jump from Zayareth. We'll check the mark here.
I didn't think she got quite as much height on that jump as she did her previous jump. We'll be able to tell if she's happy with it or not now that she has a standard she's trying to go for. Just a little short on the first mark.
And against her previous mark was 11:29. And while we were away watching the women's 60-meter dash, Blessing Loudermilk of Indiana Wesleyan was able to best that mark at 11:35. So she now has reclaimed the overall lead. Erica Zayareth, that previous mark right there, 11:30. So 5 millimeters shy of that competition leading mark as we take a look at Naomi Walters here. Good launch off of that bound into the pit there from Walters. Now we go back to the pole vault here real quick as big attempt here from Willard in the men's heptathlon pole vault. Nearly gets that one over there, just hung a little bit too high there on the bar. And I believe that was his third and final attempt.
Yeah, I'd be remiss for those watching not to inform you that Mr. Kurt Darling sitting next to me was a pole vaulter in his, among other events, but a pole vaulter was one of his specialties as a track and field athlete. So
certainly hard for me to not enter coach mode whenever I'm watching pole vault. I was watching the men's pole vault competition yesterday, and it was certainly hard to not tell the athletes, hey, do this, do that, because I've been around the sport for so long. That was Nadia Rhodes there, her previous mark at 9:90. As the men's competitors in the 60-meter dash now walking to the staging area. Again, they get that long walk around the banked turns here inside this beautiful facility as you take a look at a couple of the competitors here. That is Manny Minet as well as Will Asafo of Marion walking up as well, but you'll also have Armani Glass. So 3 competitors from the Marion Knight men in this final, and certainly the number of competitors they've been able to qualify for this final just goes to show you how dominant this track and field program is on the men's side. They're ranked number 4 in the nation when it comes to the NAIA national rankings.
Well, I remember Armani Glass ran at Merrillville High School. As soon as you said that name, being the PA of the state finals for a lot of years, I remember him as a Merrillville Pirate.
Armani Glass, though, has the top qualifying time coming in to this final, but he actually has the 7th fastest time in the league this season at 6:93. He's not been able to get under 6:90 this season, but he could do that today. He qualified for the NAIA National Indoor 2 years ago, but the league leading time this year has been Manny Minet at 6:80 coming into this one. He already has the NAIA A standard, so he will be going to the national meet. Now he's competing for a conference championship here today, but he was 2nd at the Indiana Tech Invite. Leading up to this, he is the conference indoor runner-up from a season ago here in the 60-meter dash.
I love it. I got a text from someone. I used the wrong name when I was talking about building this track at Warsaw, and it said, Whitey Bell was an Olympian out of Warsaw High School, was Max Truex. Thank you. I mean, it was 1954, but where I'm going with this was Max Truex had records at Warsaw High School that no one ever thought would be broken, but once the level and the quality of the track got better, time started to be broken there. And same way here in this conference meet as we referred to earlier. Just a wonderful facility. You can see the banking. We'll take a look at that a little bit later, but you can see the banking on the track. What did you mention about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Kurt?
Yeah, fun fact about the particular banking here. If you go to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it is 8-degree banking all the way in each of the 4 turns. Here it is 9 degrees. So it is almost exactly like running a turn at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's just a little bit sharper, but nonetheless, that is how high the banking is here, and it certainly makes for some fast times on an indoor track.
And don't change channels, because you'll see that a little bit later today as the broadcast and the meet continues and moves on. Right now in the sprint events still, track meets always start with the sprint events to get the blocks and everything put away and your hurdles put away, and then the longer events take place.
Another competitor to watch here will be Bryce Wiles of Mount Vernon Nazarene, 6:82, his best time coming into this one. He last competed in the 60, though, back at the Muskie Meet number 3, back on January 27th, so it's been a couple weeks, but he is here in the final, here in the men's 60-meter dash. Meet record is 6:83, set by Tyler Thomas 3 years ago. That meet record certainly in jeopardy here as they get into their final stance here for the men's 60-meter dash. Clean start. Manny Manet out well here for Marion, and the Marion Knights certainly competing, but how about that closing speed from Wiles? Wiles may have been able to get that there for Mount Vernon Nazarene. We'll take a look at the final standings here as they come in. That was an awfully close finish, and it is in fact Wiles 6:87, so not getting that meet record, but right from Grace coming in, and then Asafo from second. We remember still having the results coming in, so Asafo second from Marion, and it is going to be Spring Arbor's Jamwan Wyndham in third place. A surprise result right there, but how about that closing speed from Bryce Wiles there to get that win?
Yeah, he had a slower start compared to his competitors, but boy, he really hit another gear there. About 20 meters left and really picked it up.
So there are your final results as they come in. Asafo coming in second. Manny Manet again had the overall top time coming into this meet. He finishes 4th.
And Glass was sort of a disappointing race too, finishing 6th. They had better thoughts about doing better than that.
Regardless of the result, though, individually for the Marion competitors, the fact that they had 3 competitors in the final gets them some very valuable points. So that's it for the running events on the infield. We will be turning to the overall full track here in just a matter of moments as we'll be moving on to the women's mile. So it'll be 8 laps circumventing this 200-meter track here coming up at about 1:10 here, which is in about 6 or 7 minutes or so. So we'll turn back to the field events here with the women's triple jump. Still continuing competition here as we move through the next flight.
If you're wondering where this facility is, if you've been to the fairgrounds before, we are just this building, which used to be the swine bar, I made reference to earlier, that they repurposed the building here, but is just to the, I would say, east, is that right? East of the basketball facility, the Coliseum, which is better known for a lot of things. ABA days when the Indiana Pacers had unbelievable teams in basketball.
Of course, where the IUPUI Jaguars play now.
So our camera would be from the east shooting west right now in this building.
Here is Shamara Anderson of Marion. So far her best mark today, 10:61. And she got a good reach that time as it's a good jump. Shamara Anderson coming into this meet with a best mark at 10:91. Her personal best is 11:25, so she is certainly able to get out to be competitive for the win here today if she can put together a really good sequence. Anderson's mark there, 10:84, so that is a new best here today as we now have Michaela Keffler on the runway from Indiana Wesleyan.
As we have our cameras looking to the triple jump, it's right now a lot going on in the inside of the track again as they get ready to put up the second pole vault. Or actually, is it going to be the high jump?
That'll be the high jump competition coming up.
High jump competition where they move mats around and it'll have a completely different formation. They'll keep the same pole vault area up for the women that'll be coming up here a little bit later, but as you can see.
That'll be the women's high jump coming up. That'll be starting at about 1:40 Eastern time, so be sure to stay with us here on the ISC Sports Network as we continue coverage here of the 2024 Crossroads League Indoor Track and Field Championships. Women's triple jump still commencing here. Kiana Seifert on the runway. Another one who can compete for the overall win here today. 10.87 her best mark so far. And Seifert couldn't quite get on the board there. That's going to be a foul. Or rather, it is a good jump, but she bailed out of it, so she'll probably just scratch that one off the board.
Yeah.
So couldn't quite get the sequence there. Still your overall leader in the women's triple jump, Blessing Loudermilk from Indiana Wesleyan. She's the defending Crossroads League outdoor champion in the triple jump, where she had a best jump of 11.96, so she was really able to get a good jump in the outdoor meet that was hosted at Marian University just less than a year ago. Brooklyn Simmons now on the runway from Huntington. So here is Simmons, and that was a pretty good jump right there from Simmons. We'll check the mark on that. Her best mark so far, 11.04, 11 meters, 4 millimeters.
It's a little crooked on her landing, but you'd like that perfect landing right in the center. But as you can go crooked sometimes, get that little push off your strong leg.
Simmons, a best jump so far this year at 11.31. That is her personal best as well. And that time only a 10.79, though, so not quite able to get out past 11 meters. Erica Zayareth back on here for her fourth jump of 5. You get 5 jumps in the triple jump. Zayareth has been a jumping specialist this year. She already has wins in the long jump and the triple jump this year. And Zayareth really getting a good extension into the pit that time. Zayareth transferred to Huntington from Indiana Tech before the 2023 season. Indiana Tech, one of the top NAIA track and field programs in their own right. And Zayareth's mark only 11.01, so still well short of her best mark of 11.3. Bottom of the order here for fourth jumps here with Blessing Loudermilk. She certainly has the jumping legs for this particular event. Excellent jump right there from Loudermilk.
She's still our leader in this?
She is.
She still is, okay. Looking over some notes here.
Again, the mark to beat, 11.35 from Blessing Loudermilk. We'll get that one here in just a matter of moments, but now we turn our attention back to the track for our first running event on the oval here today. It is the Women's Mile. Again, 8 laps around here, and you will see a waterfall start here now. To explain the waterfall start, the athletes that you see on your screen right now are the 4 athletes at the top of the turn. They will get a start out ahead of the rest of the field, but they have to stay on the outside of the orange cones that you will see before they hit the pole at the other end of the second turn before they can meld in with the rest of the field.
2 of the 3 top times are from freshmen in this league. Graceland Hinckley, I'm familiar with. She went to Angola High School up in Northeast Indiana. She has the third fastest seeding time coming in. Tammy Bayless from Grace is the other freshman I was referring to, second fastest seeding time.
And we're underway here in the women's mile. In some of the competitors here, as you mentioned, Shelby Cade from Spring Arbor, Tame Bayless of Grace, Gracelyn Hinckley, as you mentioned, Emma Beimfor as well from Marion, Hannah Hawkins, and then Shaylin Reyes, Lily Kistler, Lillian Briggs, Hannah Cusin, Grace Mitchell, Katie Acker, and then Emma Gruitt and Madeline Skidmore. Here are your competitors in the women's mile.
I want to tell our viewers how long the distance of the track is here compared to like your outdoor.
200 meters. So instead of 400 meters as you would have in the outdoor variety, you would have 4 laps around in this particular event. Today, as you would expect, you would get 8 laps doing 200 meters.
Pretty nice weather conditions today, too, inside this beautiful pavilion.
Certainly it is a balmy 15 degrees outside after that big snowstorm we had from yesterday.
I am watching, though, some snow melting through the doors on the south end of the pavilion because the sun is beating down. It's a beautiful day outside. It's just a little bit chilly, but very well climated here in the pavilion that we're running in.
A lot of the competitors that you would usually see in a mile here in this one are not in this event in particular. Of course, you think of Katie Souter as well as Noelle Vanderwall and Annika Alderfer Fisher. All 3 of them not running a mile here today, even though they have the top 3 times in the conference this year. So meanwhile, out in front here at the moment is Madeline Skidmore. As we work through now through the first 2 minutes here, it is still Skidmore. And then from Spring Arbor in second place there is Shelby Cade.
Hinckley in third right now from Marion. And that would be Bayless in fourth from Grace currently.
Skidmore's overall best time in her career, 5:56.
I don't know if she can keep this pace, Kurt.
She has not run the mile at all this year, in fact.
I know she had no seed time, so started in position 13, which is why she's got 13 on her hip. Going out pretty fast here, but her teammate, Tammy Bayless, now is going to overtake her and take the lead.
So there you see Bayless now, as well as Hannah Hawkins working in there as well. But right now, Tammy Bayless from Grace out in front. Also another one of those competitors here for Grace, who hasn't really been able to run the mile at all too much here this year, but Skidmore staying right there out in front here for Grace. Skidmore's only competed in a couple meets here this indoor season, both of them at the 5,000 meter variety. The 5,000 meters contested yesterday in day one. So it's Bayless and Skidmore here still out in front. Over halfway home now here in the women's mile.
Right now the two Lancers are distancing themselves out from the rest of the field.
Also, to put it in perspective how unique this field is here compared to the seed times that we've had coming up to this event today, this is Tammy Bayless's first indoor meet of the season. Her last race competed at the NAIA Cross Country Championships, where she competed in, at, of course, the 6,000 meters for Grace. She was also 10th at the NCCA National Cross Country Championships. Of course, Grace and Bethel in particular, those are the two teams that you see competing at the NCCA championships every year as well. As we go into the final lap here, and it is Tammy Bayless well out in front, followed by Skidmore.
Yeah, to make a point of that, the NCCAA is the National Christian Colleges Athletic Association, which both Bethel and Grace, I would say, are a little bit more active in than the other conference members. They just utilize that league even a little bit more, or that division of competition.
So Bayless turning for home here at the top. Again, the first of 2 timed finals here in the women's mile. You'll have the other one coming up here in just a matter of moments, but Bayless getting a good time there, coming across just shy of 5:30, 5:28, her winning time here in timed final number 1, as Skidmore comes across in second at 5:29.
Nice job by Madeline Skidmore. I doubted if she could keep that pace. She went out early on the lead, and third place is going to be Hinckley in this race from Marion.
And again, you have 2 timed finals here in the mile, so even though it is the first final, you expect a lot of the scoring to come from the second timed final. If you have a time that is quicker than any of one in the timing, in the scoring positions of the second time final, you would then be thrust up into that one, and you could get points for your team as you take a look there at the final results here from final number 1 here of the women's mile.
I'm going to guess that Bayless's time is going to get in. It's going to place, and maybe even Skidmore. Cade's going to be on the bubble there. Hinckley actually was 4th in that race, but that was a good race by Bayless. Didn't go out too fast, let her teammate lead for a while, and then made her on the pass. I want to say it was probably the 6th lap of this race when she took the lead from Skidmore between the 5th and the 6th.
And so now you go to the second timed final here of the women's mile. And this is the quote-unquote fast heat, as you would refer to it in general track and field terms. And here is where you will have a lot of the big competitors. As I mentioned earlier, Annika Alderfer-Fisher, the top time in the conference this season at 4:59. She is the only competitor in the Crossroads League this season to eclipse the 5-minute mark.
So to put this in perspective, if this was an outdoor race, there would only have been 1 heat, because a track can take it with a 400-meter track. So here, that's the the slippery slope is that you could be a dark horse, but you've got to prove it in your race, and you've got to run against the clock. Here, you know exactly where you stand, and a lot of times when you have a two-heat race, Kurt, some of the ones that are in that second heat that have better times maybe than the first heat don't always run very well, because they kind of think, I'm way back in the back, and they don't think about the fact that it's a timed final.
So again, the waterfall start in effect here, as the competitors at the top of the track will slowly trickle down once they exit this first turn here. Again, 8 laps for a full mile here around this 200-meter facility. And already getting out in front and getting after it is Annika Alderfer-Fisher from Goshen.
Yeah, this will be a much tighter pack than what we saw in that first heat.
You also have Noelle Vanderwall, as I mentioned, and Emily Tedder there from Huntington as well. Alderfer-Fisher set her Crossroads League season best time at the GVSU Big Meet, where she was 12th in the mile, but she also has wins in the 1,000 meters and the 800 as well in this indoor season. So a very versatile middle distance runner here for Goshen.
Yeah, they're going out at a really nice pace here compared to that first heat.
Noelle Vanderwall, the sophomore, right behind her as well. And Mallory Pinwar there from Huntington in 3rd. There you see Vanderwall just staying right on the hip, and even though this is an all-out race, lots of strategy to behold here when you're trying to execute to try and get that advantage over your competitor. Noelle Vanderwall there in 2nd from Taylor. Top time of 5:03 already has hit the NAIA A standard, by the way, which is 5:05 for these competitors to try and automatically qualify for the national meet. Still Annika Alderfer-Fisher still out in front, but there is Vanderwall now looking right on the inside of her hip. Pinwar right there, the sophomore from Huntington in 3rd. So a pack of front 5 runners now have separated themselves from the rest of the field. Coming to the halfway point here for Fisher. Meet record time by Emma Wilson back in 2021 from Huntington, 4:59.04. That record is certainly in jeopardy here.
A little faster track, as we've mentioned. Emma Wilson, though, an outstanding runner from Greencastle High School, was a state champion at Greencastle.
Lisa Voiles has the 2024 NAIA best from Indiana Tech at 4:50.44, so that is a lofty time to try and push for, too, as you see Vanderwall and Fisher now getting themselves a little separation here from Pinwar in third.
Yeah, this was to be expected. These two runners came in a good 4 to 5 seconds faster seed time than our competitors in the race.
Fisher still leading Vanderwall. Vanderwall has just tucked right behind Fisher for the entirety of this race, without a doubt waiting for her moment to try and overtake.
Well, the tricky part of this too is, you kind of time it as to when you want to do it, and yet you don't want to lose your own tempo of pace, because these runners, you notice, most of them have watches on, so they're on a clock. They know exactly what tempo and pace they want to run, and sometimes when the person ahead of them, you have to go outside, which means you're running a little bit further.
And sometimes, believe it or not, I always try to make this point as well here, Pete. Those who watch auto racing, the draft does exist in running as well, as Vanderwall has been using that strategy to let her competitor punch the hole in the air in front of her, and now she's overtaking here, coming to 1 lap to go.
Yeah, she got on the inside. She passed on the inside. Fisher gave her some room there. Let's see if Fisher has anything in the tank to catch her in this last 200 meters as they approach the start-finish line.
Bell lap here with Noelle Vanderwall out in front of Annika Alderfer Fisher. Trying to break 5 minutes for the first time this season. Her personal best a season ago of 4:57.77 set at this meet.
She's looking strong. Nice length in her strides. Fluid with the arms.
Through the final 100. And it is going to be Noelle Vanderwall who will cruise to the championship and will also cruise to an under 5 minute time, 4:58. And that is going to be a new conference record by a full second nonetheless. Alderfer Fisher coming home in second at 5 minutes even. And then Emily Tedder of Huntington buying her time and cruising to a third place finish, 3 seconds back there of Annika Alderfer Fisher. A heck of a race run there by Noelle Vanderwall of Taylor.
Had a nice smile across the face, feeling good about herself from the standpoint of beating the favorite there in Fisher. Fisher just kind of lost her pace a little bit there with about the 400 mark to go. 400 meters to go in that mile race.
So there are your results. 1.5 second victory right there for Noelle Vanderwall of Taylor. Getting some key points there for her school, and also again eclipsing that big A standard. In fact, you had 4 competitors get that A standard, including Pinwar, who had only hit the B standard coming into today. She now qualifies for the national meet, placing 4th, as does Emily Tedder.
Well, you're talking about points. Brooke Trinkle finished 8th. She was seated 11th, so there's a nice little bump up there for the Marion Knights there. Trinkle only a freshman.
So while we have a moment before the men's finals in the mile race, we'll go ahead and take a quick timeout. When we come back, more coverage of the 2024 Crossroads League Track and Field Championships here on the ISC Sports Network.
Meet Chip. 30 years ago, he started a small business with a big idea. Today, there's a new building, a new fleet of equipment, and a new era of leadership. But we know Chip, and at Indiana Members Credit Union, we know he plans to keep growing, building business with the next generation. IMCU is here to help with secure and simple account management tools and commercial financing to grow business. Today, it's all about Chip. Tomorrow, it's all about you. Because at IMCU, it's you that matters.
Some say you have to choose between reaching for Mars or harnessing more energy from a star. Going faster than the speed of sound versus bringing clean water from out of the ground. We say, why not both? The choice then is Marian University's Whitaker School of Engineering. Discover success with purpose. Learn more at marian.edu/engineering.
Still waiting? You could have been seen by an orthopedic specialist at Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Avoid the wait, cost, and drama of the ER. Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Orthopedic care without the drama. Find a location near you. Still waiting? You could have been seen by an orthopedic specialist at Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Avoid the wait, cost, and drama of the ER. Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Orthopedic care without the drama. Find a location near you.
Welcome back to the Fall Creek Pavilion here inside the State Fairgrounds on the ISC Sports Network. Live coverage of the Crossroads League Track and Field Championships. Now let's take a look at the overall women's team scoring. And as you can see right here, Marian still holding a good lead, but Taylor getting some big points there, Pete, from the women's mile.
Yeah, great start for the Knights. Taylor in striking distance. Huntington always good in the distance events. And the triple jump, they're going to score some points on that triple jump when that's involved.
And we'll check the men's team scoring once we get through with the men's mile, which will be coming up a little bit later on here at about 1:40. But as we continue to move through things now, we will have the men's heptathlon 1,000 meters coming up here on the track at about 1:30, so in about 3 minutes or so. And certainly some competition going on as well in the women's shot put. We will have a package on that coming up a little bit later on. But the quick update on the triple jump for the women. Blessing Loudermilk so far has the unofficial win in that one with a leap of 11.61. So that is a very nice jump right there for Blessing Loudermilk to get the win in the women's triple jump. Also warm-ups going on right now at the pole vault pit for the women's pole vault competition. The men's pole vault competition came up yesterday, and so we will have updates for you as that event continues to progress and warm up as the meet goes on. So right now here, Pete, kind of a lull with only the women's shot put going on at the moment as warm-ups continue to go on here.
Got to admit, track and field is a long day.
It is.
Just because one, common sense tells you you can't run back-to-back-to-back events. I was impressed a couple of our 60-meter hurdle finals also ran in the 60-meter dash, which is not a lot of recovery time when you're back-to-back like that. But you do have to spread it out. The field events always take a lot longer because of the number of jumps, and there's some strategy there. Do I pass to a new height or another height? When you clear something pretty easy, I'm on a good day today. Because, you know there's an optimum amount of jumps. You try to, and I don't know how it was when you were strategizing, but when I was a track coach and had pole vaulters, you only have a certain amount of great jumps in you. You don't want to lose them at a low height when you can pass. Now, the double-edged sword of that is that you may not clear opening height. I had a high jumper who high jumped 6'9" at the regional one year at Kokomo, got down to state meet and didn't make opening height to 6'4".
Oof.
One of those crazy days where you think you're going to get points. You can score these things out on paper, but it's not worth the price of the paper it is.
I was always of the strategy when I was approaching a pole vault meet was that I was about a 14.6, 15-foot jumper, give or take how much of a good day I was having. But I would almost always come in at a lower height and then pass the next two heights just to make sure that I could at least get into the pit and get a mark. And that would certainly be a confidence boost there, and certainly a confidence boost for these competitors coming in here as the men's heptathlon competitors going to be getting set for the final event of the men's heptathlon. That will be the 1,000 meters.
I mean, speaking again as a coach, it is an individual sport, but but you only win as a coach and as a school by combining the points of every event you have. And to your point, I mean, you want to make sure you got a height in, but then also you're always trying to get a PR every meet.
Absolutely.
You know, if you're not going in there thinking you're going to work for a PR, you're doing damage to yourself, because you never know if you have that day. And when that day happens where you have your greatest performance, you're in the moment, I mean, you want to be ready for it.
So in this particular event right here, the heptathlon 1,000 meters, yes, the competitors are kind of racing against themselves, but they are really racing against the clock, because your quickest time means more points towards your overall score in the heptathlon. Jaden Haldeman, the overall leader at the moment, along with Ridge Willard of Indiana Wesleyan, who had that big leap in the pole vault. And Willard will go out to the early lead here in the 1,000 meters.
Willard coming off an outstanding pole vault victory in that event, point-wise, for his school.
So again, you're not exactly trying to get the overall event win here, but it certainly is, as to some bragging rights, if you will. But as the heptathlon stands right now, Ridge Willard has the overall lead by 400 points over Jaden Haldeman. So Haldeman needs to get a good result here, and he actually needs to beat Willard in this 1,000 meters. But then he also has to beat him by a certain margin,
That's
too.
what I was going to ask you the next question, Kurt. Do you know what the margin needs to be?
That would probably be, it would probably be at least maybe 3 or 4 seconds that he would have to beat Willard by here in this 1,000. Haldeman was the heptathlon conference champion a season ago. Ridge Willard, the sophomore now, really coming into his own here. By the way, Ridge Willard's official pole vault mark was 5 meters, which scored him 910 points. That is a huge sum of points that that really leapfrogged him into the lead. But now you see how the 1,000 kind of ails you coming into this one here. Again, these guys are not trained distance runners per se. They are simply athletes. And so they try to lumber on the best they can, putting on the best mark that they can.
I'm going to add to that all-around athletes.
All-around athletes. That is a better way to describe it.
I mean, if you would have been a better all-around athlete, that triple jump, you would have had it in the back of your pocket. But that's one that I just – and again, I was a long jumper, but that next step's like, whoa, never really got that coordinated.
Triple jump certainly does a number on your shins.
Yeah, it would, because you pound that runway when you're coming down.
But how about this performance here from Ridge Willard?
Well, he's got a little bit left to go here, but he's off to a really good start.
This is the final event of the heptathlon. But now a couple other competitors here coming up in second place. You also have Felipe Mens in the conversation.
Boy, does he have a kick. His teammate.
And that is Dominic Weibelhaus. So Weibelhaus will come away with the victory overall. And there is Haldeman getting the win over Willard, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough of a margin for him to eclipse the lead of Willard. We'll see how the points come out here in this one. We'll take a look at this kick again here from Weibelhaus, the teammate there of Willard. He gets it done in 2:52. An excellent time right there from Weibelhaus. So we'll wait for the final scores to be tabulated here in the 1,000 meters. They have to make the results official here as we get one final competitor in here. This is Deacon Dennison, who comes home here for Spring Arbor. But an excellent job right there for Ridge Willard. That big performance in the pole vault certainly leapfrogged him into the lead over Waldeman. And it looks like that 1,000-meter performance will assure a victory for him in the men's heptathlon.
Some tired guys there. I mean, remember, they just finished pole vaulting, and now they're on the track again.
Also, it is the heptathlon. You do 7 track events over the span of 2 days. And so that can certainly do a number on you I trained for the decathlon. I never actually got to compete in a decathlon at Indiana State, but I certainly trained for it, and you certainly felt your whole body at the end of practice every day when you would do a running workout and then have to do some field event training as well.
You know, I love the toughness and competition of kids in this Crossroads League, these guys and women, but the sportsmanship is just exemplary. I mean, I don't think anyone is pulling against anyone. Everyone wants to get beat by someone that just has a better event race and or competition, like in the shot put and things like that. As you know, you saw 3 different schools there on the track catching their breath, talking about the race, all saying, why in the heck do we do this?
Well, believe it, and a lot of people, you know, a lot of people who are certainly on the outside looking in, kind of inside baseball here, is the fact that track and field is a camaraderie sport. You are certainly competing against other competitors, but you also know each other from having competed every weekend throughout an entire season. You get to know each other, and you certainly enjoy talking with each other, but also especially in the heptathlon and the decathlon and the outdoor as well as the pent between the women and the hep and the women outside out in the outdoor season. You compete against these people. Each of the competitors understand what the other is going through, and you can certainly talk about it like you see these competitors right here walking towards the warm-up area.
Yeah, you kind of commiserate with each other. Yes. Yeah. It's such a challenging event.
So the next event on the track will be the mile coming up at 1:40, and in tandem at that exact same time we will have a start in the women's high jump competition. So we will keep you apprised to how those results come in as we continue coverage here. Also, we have the women's shot put, which is about to come to a conclusion here. Still a few more throws to go here in that regard. And there you see a couple of the high jumpers getting ready to go. Some of the women high jumpers that you'll be hearing from here over the next hour or so. You'll have Erica Zayareth, who is the triple jumper for Huntington, but also Josie Reineman, who you saw walking towards her coaches there in that previous shot. But the one to watch right there is on your screen. That is Gina Butts from Marion. She has an A standard overall league leading mark this season of 1.71 meters, which is about 5 feet 7 1/4 inches. But as I mentioned before, Erica Zayareth of Huntington, even though she has a season best just 1 millimeter shy of Butts' mark this year, she has an overall personal best of 173, which is 5 foot 8 inches even. So the makings of a pretty good one-on-one competition there between Butts and Zayareth for the overall win in the women's high jump. You also see Brooke Kaufman there in the background, the freshman. She also competes in the pentathlon. And so here you see the competitors in the men's mile coming towards the staging area and getting set to go here.
See how that track is built up, so it's not on the floor. So they get a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a spring, which is really nice, easy on the shins, as you made reference to earlier about that triple jump.
It also means quicker times.
Yeah, you don't get as many shin splints. If you could run on a track like this all year, shin splints would be the least of your worries.
Man, you are bringing back a lot of very bad memories for me. Shin splints were the bane of my existence in my track and field career, as they are for pretty much every track and field competitor at some point in their career.
At that viewpoint, you could see both the high jump and pole vault competitors still warming up, taking some jumps and getting their steps. And again, when you come indoors compared to outdoors, if you're a track enthusiast, indoors the track's a little bit faster, so your steps really have to be more calculated in your high jump approach and your pole vault approach, because you're going faster typically than what you may be doing outside because of the weather conditions and just the type of runway, what kind of material the runway is made up of.
In my time as a pole vaulter, whenever you had an elevated runway like you have here, I would have to back up my starting mark by nearly a foot just because of how much of a difference
get there faster
that the stride would be because of how much more spring you have on the runway. Plus, you also felt like you were running 1,000,000 miles an hour so you could go up 3 poles bigger than you could go and you could try and get a bigger height. Meanwhile, back on the track, the men's mile competitors lining up here on the straightaway. Again, waterfall start, 2 timed finals here in this one. In this opening final here, Ben Moster from Marion has the overall top time seeded at 4:59, or rather 4:29 this season. He's only a sophomore. And underway here in the first of 2 timed finals. So some of the competitors here, Logan Sweeney as well as Joel Minraw of Taylor, Ben Moster, as I mentioned.
That's Joel Mumar.
Or Mumar, that's right, yeah, I couldn't quite read it on my...
Happen to know that family. He was an outstanding runner at Noblesville High School, ran for Coach Bill Kenley.
Also Owen Pittman of Marion, Josiah Railton as well from Bethel. So out to the early lead here is the aforementioned Joe Mimmaw. And he is setting a big early pace here.
I happened to give the young man a scholarship one year at our Elks Lodge. He's an outstanding student athlete, Joel Mummaw.
So Mummaw already setting an early pace here as we come across for the first 2 laps at 1:05, a 65-second opening 400 here for Mummaw.
Again, if you just are joining our broadcast, it's 8 laps because we're indoors compared to the traditional 4 laps on an outdoor track, or oval, as track coaches call them, the oval.
This is Mummaw's first meet this season in the indoor season, coming off of the NAIA National Cross Country Championships, where he certainly helped Taylor be competitive.
And again, this is the first of 2 heats, so it is a timed final. So winning the race does not guarantee you getting a placing for your school point-wise, so you're running against the clock besides trying to win the race. Typically, a winner of a slow heat typically does place. That exception in the women's. I'll tell you, the women's fast heat was very fast.
That was a very competitive race.
No runners really gave up, which happens sometimes when you get a 2-heat final like that. So
Mummaw still out in front, but Ben Nidek of Indiana Wesleyan there holding in second place. Well ahead of the rest of the field here, as you have a couple Marion competitors in Moster and Pittman holding third and fourth here for the Knights. 3 laps to go here for Joel Mummaw.
Now this is the challenge. You know you're ahead, but you know you're running against the clock because you're in the first heat. So can he extend it and have the inner discipline to know that don't take it for granted you're winning. Take it for granted that you've got to have an outstanding time to get in that placing for your school.
400 meters left to go here for Joel Mummaw, who has now extended his lead, and now both Marion competitors in Moster and Pittman have overtaken Nidek here for second and third. Again, these front 4 competitors, as you mentioned, Pete, running against the clock to possibly try and slip into that top 8 spots here in the men's mile. Final lap here for Joel Mummaw.
He's got 2 runners ahead of him that he's going to have to get past from Marion, I believe, or Huntington. If he can kick it in.
Mummaw on the back straight.
Yeah, it's going to be right at the start-finish line if he can catch him.
So here comes Mummaw into your screen now, as we'll follow him all the way to the finish.
No, I didn't quite get him.
So Mummaw going to come home with a blistering time here at 4:18. That is a new season best for him.
Super race. Good kick by the two night runners, as you mentioned. They actually made ground on him on that last 200.
And so that 4:18 could possibly put him into the top 8 spots. You have 5 competitors in the fast heat, per se, listed at 4:20 and slower. So that's right on the cusp of possibly getting into one of those top 8 spots to score some points.
You know, and you judge these times, Kurt, but you know, you don't know if there's been injuries. As you mentioned, this is his first one indoors this year?
This is his first indoor race this season.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a lot of strategy call by certain coaches. You know, they may dip into their cross-country roster to say, hey, come in here and run this race and score a few points for us, because it's all about points here in this conference meet as you take a look at the final standings in the opening of 2 heats here in the men's mile.
Since we have just a gap here before the second one, I'll share a story with you. A young man, I was his JV basketball coach at Warsaw. Darren Wilcoxon was his name, and Darren, I talked into coming out for track. I was trying to get kids out, and he always won the line drills in basketball practice. He's a JV player, lanky, about 5'11" at the time. And he said, okay, but I don't want to run anything but 1 lap. Coach, that's all I'm going to do. I said, okay, I'll run you in the 400. So we'd had 3 meets before our big meet against 2 of our rivals, and he'd won the JV 400 at about 57 seconds. Not bad for a freshman, 57 seconds winning. And we were coming up to a big meet where I needed him to go out as a rabbit in the 800. So I said, he goes, no, I've never run 2 laps before. You promised me I didn't have to run 2 laps. I said, Darren, you can drop off after it, but I want to get this kid from Goshen, Mike Wynn, to go out really fast and hard so our kids can build a pace and overtake him. So, okay. So he ran it, and he was planning on dropping out after the first lap. I kid you not. And he ran his field 57. And then he ran the second lap in like 60.
Wow.
And he won the race. He ended up being a Big Ten champion at Purdue in the indoor season. Darren Wilcoxon.
So in his first 800, he ran 157. There you go.
Pretty much. He ran like a 157.7 or something like that. He won the state championship his senior year by then.
How about that? So here is the fast heat now of the men's mile, and the one to watch here in this one will be...
Got to get a different screen up here.
Yeah, we got to get a different screen here, to say the least. But yeah, Eli Fullerton going to be one of the ones to watch here in the men's mile. He has the best overall time at 4:11 so far this season. He's coming off a win in the mile at the IWU Midwest. He's also the indoor conference runner-up from a season ago, as well as in the 3,000 meters. Out to the early lead, though, here is Blake Hipkiss of Marion. So Hipkiss getting out to an early lead here. Setting an early blistering pace there. You also have Matthew Caitney from Goshen right there in second. Competing, he has a season best of 4:12 this season, coming off of a 5th place result at the GVSU Big Meet. He also won the mile at the Notre Dame Blue and Gold Meet, did Caitney. But now striding out into the lead now is Fullerton, as I mentioned. So Fullerton kind of punched in the mouth there in the early going. And, you know, sometimes, Pete, you have these other runners that try to egg you on to be fast at the early going, but Fullerton buying his time here before he settles into the lead.
Well, you can probably hear the background noise, too. This is, when you get to the second of the 2-time finals, that's when everyone gets a little bit more perked up, because they know these are the faster times and the guys that come in that are more favored to score points for your team.
So it's Fullerton and then Caitney out in front here. Indiana Wesleyan versus Goshen. And so there you see Caitney now tightening the gap here to Fullerton as we come to the halfway point. Already at halfway here as they're working 2 minutes, 5 seconds. This is going to be a fast mile.
Yeah, this is a really good clip.
One big absence in this one is Dimitri Magriartis from Grace, who is the only competitor in the conference this season to go sub 4:10, but he is not running this meet here today in the mile. The meet record set by Landon Miller of Indiana Wesleyan, 4:11:59 back in 2021.
I think it's going to be broke today.
It certainly looks like it here as Fullerton now starting to widen the gap here to Kitney.
If Kitney could tighten it up, that would help Fullerton's chances of breaking that record, but I think he's still may. He's on a great pace. And you talked about he didn't get off to a great start. He just kind of let the field play itself out and then got into his pace.
And now his pace is blistering as we hit the 3-minute mark here, coming with 2 laps to go. Certainly has to kick it into gear here for the final 400 here. He essentially has to do 2 30-second 200s here to try and get to that 4:10 mark.
His stride looks like he can do it if he can just keep up the strength. Take in air, breathe out air, take in air, breathe out air. Things I used to tell my distance runners when I coached.
Battle for second now behind here as Kitney now being threatened by one of the Spring Arbor runners. That looks like it might be Jacob Singleton. But still it is all Eli Fullerton. Starting to tighten up a little bit here is Fullerton, as you can see. And
Fullerton
now
is tightening up a little.
The field starting to close in here on Fullerton. Spring Arbor now in 2 and 3. And that is Camden Cone tightening the gap here on Fullerton. And Cone going to come right in here. He's going to beat Fullerton at the line.
Wow.
What a finish there by Camden Cone of Spring Arbor, just beating out Eli Fullerton for the conference championship.
Yeah, Fullerton just couldn't keep that pace. Boy, he was on pace, but it's not going to be a conference record, it doesn't look like.
4 minutes, 12 seconds, 68 for Cone. And then Fullerton, 4:12:84. That is how close that finish was. But how about that kick there from Camden Cone? He was about a good 20 or 30 meters back before closing that. Let's take a look at this again. And Fullerton just tightening up there in that last 150.
You caught it. He made that last turn in the bank on this last lap, and you just saw he just started tightening up a little bit. Boy, he was so fluid before then. Ran a great race, just got that piano on his back that last leg, so to speak.
So here are your final results. Here for the men's mile, Camden Cone getting the big victory there for Spring Arbor. A big race for Spring Arbor, going 1 and 3, getting a valuable 16 points right there for their team.
So what was their time by Joel Mumaw? Was it 4:18?
4:18 was Mumaw, so there you have it. That's also a scoring time there for Mumaw, getting there about 6th or 7th place there over Luke Pohl.
Right, we don't have them combined yet, round one or the heats yet, but I think Mumaw is going to finish about 6th if I'm not incorrect there.
So that goes to show you how valuable those scoring positions can be. So we'll take another quick timeout here. When we come back, more field event coverage. The women's high jump and the women's pole vault about to get underway here. Stick with us here on the ISC Sports Network.
Marian University is like a home to me.
Campus is where I made friends that I know will last a lifetime.
Academics, sports, or arts, Marian's got something for you.
Plus, downtown Indy is just 10 minutes away from campus.
I'm a huge sports fan. Living in Indy, I've got the Knights, the Colts, and the Pacers.
Applying was so fast and easy.
I went to Marian for the education, but what I took away was the experience.
Marian University offers an exceptional education and an unforgettable experience. Apply today for full scholarship consideration at marian.edu.
At Indiana Members Credit Union, we're invested in more than just your finances. We're invested in your future, the future of your family, the well-being of the community you live in, and in those who dream big. Until those dreams become a reality, any bank can give you a loan or open an account. At IMCU, we care about more than just dollars and cents. We care about doing things that make sense. And investing in you makes good sense to us.
Some say you have to choose between reaching for Mars or harnessing more energy from a star. Going faster than the speed of sound versus bringing clean water from out of the ground. We say, why not both? The choice then is Marian University's Whitaker School of Engineering. Discover success with purpose. Learn more at marian.edu/engineering.
Back live here at the Crossroads League Track and Field Championships here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Pete, this just goes to show you why the Marian Knights on the men's side are ranked number 4 in the nation in NAIA track and field competition. They have almost quadrupled the lead on Indiana Wesleyan in second place in the overall team standings.
Yeah, what a great start, and it's probably not going to get too much narrower. The Knights are deep. I can tell that by just how many. They had 3 in the 100-meter dash finals, or I should say the 60-meter dash finals. They've got depth. They're scoring in every event. Off to a great start here. And this is not a home meet for them necessarily. They are the whole school, but again, we are at the beautiful pavilion here.
The Fall Creek Pavilion.
Farm
here
Bureau.
on the Farm Bureau, Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion here at the State Fairgrounds. Again, this is a brand new facility. This facility has only had a couple of meets contested at it so far. By far the biggest meet that has been contested here at this facility in its young tenure here, as we now...
We're the first one televised.
We are the
yeah.
first televised event here of the Crossroads League Track and Field Championships, as we turn our attention now back to the track for the first of a few timed finals in the women's 400-meter dash. There will be 6 timed finals here with 3 to 4 competitors each going around the banked turns here, and this is where we get our first crack at a sprinting event here on the oval here inside this beautiful facility.
I want to remind everyone the high jump started a little bit ago. I'm looking down there, and we'll get some pictures of that. Yep, they've got the bar up. Pole vault starting at 2 o'clock. For the men, the men's triple jump, women's pole vault will all be starting at 2 o'clock, along with the shot put by the men. So day 2 of this league championship, Crossroads League, 10-team league, and a great league of schools that faith-based that believe in a lot of great things. And I'll stop at that because you got to be careful what you say nowadays. But I'm a big believer in this Crossroads League, and was a graduate of a school in this league. So,
of course, we'll have a stick with us here. We'll have a recap of the women's shot put coming up at our next convenience. But still, moving on here with the sprinting events here as the women's 400-meter dash getting set to go here. Again, the first of 6 timed finals. The meet record set back in 2022 by Marian's Kayla Kunkel, 58:53. A blistering time there, to say the least. Coming up in the later rounds, you will see the likes of Hannah Reuter, who has the overall league leading time at 57:92. That was on an unofficial 200-meter track, though, so her personal best still sits at 58:68, so she could definitely challenge for that meet record in the women's 400 meters. You also have Ashley Hall, Kylie Brown, Claire Lang in particular, some of the big competitors to watch out for later on here in this event.
If you're not an indoor track enthusiast necessarily, you'll notice, though, that with 3 runners, they start in the bank. So they're starting in the outer 3 lanes of this for the timed finals.
And then for the 4 runners, they will have runners in 3, 4, 5, and 6, just to kind of alleviate the tight turns that they would otherwise have to make going on the inside lane. But still, you will see them stay in their lane throughout the first third of the first 3 quarters of the first lap, and then they will all filter in at the end of turn number 2, coming to 1 lap to go.
Good job explaining that, Kurt. A little bit tighter, as you can see the elevation of the bank, and it's just so cool. It's indoor track is just so neat.
It was always fun running on a bank track.
Yeah. I had enough trouble standing on a bank track, let alone running on one.
Again, the banking here at these 2 turns, only 1 degree more than what you would find at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 9 degrees is the banking here. And again, the meet directors staying diligent of being on time. 2 o'clock, the official start time here for the women's 400.
And that, that goes to strategy too. I mean, when you're thinking about who you're going to put in events, and well, they would have just finished an event 20 minutes ago. So you think, why don't they run it early? I know as a fan, maybe you're sitting there and you know, well, why are we waiting so long? Well, we've got to give the competitors their full amount of rest time if they've been in other events and are scheduled to be like in jumping events at the same time. That's always a little bit of a tricky thing when I was doing like our tournament entries was the fact that, okay, well, if we put them in this event, in a field event, are they going to have enough time to recuperate and actually do well in their best event? And you know, there is some strategy there.
So the runners now settling into their starting blocks here. Again, the first of 6 timed finals here in the women's 400. 2 laps around this facility. So in this opening race, you have Alona Perna from Spring Arbor in lane 4, Stacy Stutzman of lane 5 of Huntington, and then Gracious O'Connor in lane 6 from Grace. And so far, so good from the outside lane of Gracious O'Connor.
There's your cut in.
So they hit the pole right there at the end of the front straight. And now running on that inside lane here for the final lap. This is Perna now closing the gap a little bit here on O'Connor. But still Gracious O'Connor able to keep the lead going in here to the end of this opening 400-meter heat.
Again, it's a timed final, so she won her heat. Nice job.
Top 8 times score.
Her time, though, has to be in that top 8 when we put all 6 heats together. Good strong finish by the Lancer.
And so when you kind of look at what could possibly happen here as you take a look at those first results here from the time final of the 400, but that could possibly be right on the cusp of the top 8 positions, but still 5 more heats left to go here in the women's 400.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's going to take a sub 60 to be in the top 8 today, just with this track today.
And just off of that note here, Pete, the top 8 times seeded are 60 seconds or less. So it will certainly take a pretty quick time here to make sure that you're in position to get a scoring time here as we move through to the second heat of the women's 400-meter dash. Warm-ups now going on in the men's shot put, and competition going on now in the women's high jump, where the bar right now is set at 1 meter 45. So there you get a look at the
there it is.
High jump pit. That is 1 meter 45, which is probably about maybe 5'2", 5'3" inches right there, to say the least, depending on right at 5 feet there. So the competitors moving on here as Nadia Rhodes just put together a jump right there, a good jump at 145. Many athletes passing this height, so they're probably going to be raising the bar here in just a little bit. But Nadia Rhodes here on for her first attempt right there, and it's a clearance at 145. So nicely done right there to keep competition flowing here in the high jump as we go back to the track here for the women's 400-meter dash, and they're going to have the competitors stand up out of the blocks here as one of the competitors signaled she wasn't ready, and it looked like they actually had the Spring Arbor runner there in Rose in a standing position. Rather, there she was in the wrong position before the set call was given from the starter as we take a look back at the high jump here once again. So second time final here of the 400-meter dash for the women. Isabella Aldrich, Maya Mundy, Erin Wadley, and Isabella Aldrich. And Isabella Aldrich, as I said, she is a do not start, so you'll have 3 competitors here in Mundy, Wadley, and Rose. And clean start here in time final number 2.
Feels like you're running down a hill coming off that bank, that first bank, and here now you're going to run up a hill. Something you don't do during the outdoor season.
But then you run back down again here as they hit the break line. It is going to be Mundy of Marion out in front only briefly. But now it's going to be Aaron Wadley from Indiana Wesleyan hitting the pole there, going to the next turn into the final lap. Tight field here in this one.
Well, these three are very close.
Aaron Wadley still holding the lead going into the final turn here with Mundy now going on the inside of her. And Mundy now going to try and hold on here for the lead in heat number 2, and she holds on right there. An excellent time there at 1:02 it looks like, so that looks like that made 1:01 rather, 75, so that might not quite factor in to the team scoring perspective, but still she gets a nice performance here in the women's 400.
There's the official times of our three competitors in the second heat of this 400-meter dash.
And they'll be moving right along here to the next heat in the 400. 2 Indiana Wesleyan competitors along with a Mount Vernon and Huntington competitor as we get a look now at the next one. Lydia Baker, Allie Potter, Anna Vi, and Chloe Taylor here in the third. Halfway home here through these heats in the 400.
Lanes 3, 4, and 5, all freshmen running for their schools. You got 2 Wildcats in lanes 5 and 6 from Wesleyan, Vi and Taylor. Taylor a senior, so 3 freshmen and a senior in this section 3.
Top overall seeded time here in this third section is Anna Vi from Indiana Wesleyan. As you mentioned, a freshman, her best this season, 101.49. Certainly the makings of a possible new personal best here for her here today on this bank track as the competitors get their blocks put into place. High jump still going on here as more competitors keep going. Nina Marinkovic passing as well, but still keeping things moving on in the high jump. Warm-up still going on in the men's shot put. We'll have some coverage of that as well. As for warm-ups in the women's pole vault, still moving along as well. Four competitors given their final stride outs here before settling into the blocks.
Sort of fun looking at the block settings. How some we look up at lane 8, and you see where Chloe Taylor's got her left foot is right at the line, basically where you can start from. And then her teammate Anna has her left foot's going to be way back. So everyone's got their own way of feeling comfortable running. There's never a exact science to success. You may think there is, and maybe in some board games and stuff, but when you're talking about athleticism and competition, everyone's got their own certain way of doing it to the best of their abilities here. And Chloe Taylor's just that's more of a, for me, it's a more of an uncomfortable block setting with that left foot way up towards the front of the set of blocks.
As the old saying goes, to each their own.
So speaking to that, as a past coach, it's tough to figure out what's best for each athlete. See, she stood up. Chloe just stood up right there. I'm not sure the blocks really helped her get a little bit of an advantage here.
But it's a clean start. And you can see the pace really a lot quicker here in this one as we move through these timed finals. And it's Allie Potter of Mount Vernon Nazarene out to the early lead only for a moment before Lydia Baker of Huntington now strides out going into the next turn.
Seed-wise, Baker was seeded second in this race. Actually, fourth, actually.
And then you had Anna Vi, who is right there, the top overall seed, and she comes in late, and she'll come away here with the victory here in this third flight.
She's using her arms really well. She had a lot left because she had those arms really moving. Fluid.
And so Vi coming home at
there's a 60,
right at 60.59.
Yep.
So she could possibly be right there as far as the scoring is concerned as we play out here with the rest of these finals. And with that, let's go ahead and get a check-in on the women's shot put competition. As we take a look at the recap of this one here, it was certainly one to watch here, but a couple of big throws, but a big performance from Ariana Benjamin of Marion, who came away with a big win over the previous conference champion in Princess Cara. Her best throw, 48.4 feet, or 14.73 meters. Certainly well done there by Ariana Benjamin, but some excellent throws here from the competition from the women's shot put.
Interesting. The first four we just saw did the traditional slide, and now we've got the spin, which has really become more and more popular. It's a little bit harder to control because you've got to stay in that ring. You've got your kick plate up front, but in a spin, you've got to stay in that ring. And those that can master the spin, I think, have a little bit more advantage. It's just become the more popular style of doing it. And there you see our final results.
Ariana Benjamin getting some big points right there for Marion, out-throwing a Princess Cara, who was the previous conference champion, as I mentioned. A big throw, beating her competitor by about 1.5 feet, and a crucial 10 points right there for the Marion Knights in the women's competition.
Yeah, that's going to extend their lead out in the team scores.
Final run-throughs keep going here for the next flight in the women's 400-meter dash. And here you will probably start seeing a few runners factoring in as far as the scoring is concerned. Mariah Maley of St. Francis in this heat, as well as Zoe Hewley from Grace, Trista Hilton from Huntington, and Adrian McKean from Taylor. Covering all spans of the years as well. One freshman, one sophomore, one junior, and one senior here in this final.
Look how close their seed times are, Kurt. All of them right at 101.22.
So this will be a competitive final.
Yeah, 4.5 and 4.7.
And a clean start here in the fourth of 6-time finals. And off to a good start right there is Trista Hilton of Huntington. Huntington with the early lead here as the stagger will even out here, and now coming back in here in lane number 4 is Zoe Hewley of Grace, but it will be Hilton along with a nice pole run there from Adrian Kate McKean out of the top lane. McKean looking good here going into the final 50.
She's really stretching it out. Does she have a kick? Not sure she's going to need a kick.
Nope, she pretty much strode it out there as she'll cruise to a win here in this final, and a new personal best this season, sub 61 there in that 400. Another 60-second 400, 60.55 her finals time there, along with Hewley in second place. Once again, McKean might be right there in the scoring, depending on how the rest of these finals shake out. Personal best this season, sub 61 there in that 400. Tough race there by McKean, the freshman in this field. But now we get a little quicker as the next final here in the women's 400-meter dash.
Just makes you appreciate, Kurt, just how much you give up to run a race like that. I mean, to be that fatigued, knowing that you've run everything and you've given everything you can. As we take a look at the high jump very quickly, there's a miss at Still 5 foot, or should I say the meters, the metric?
The bar now at 1.5 meters.
1.5,
1 meter 5 centimeters, which is just a little bit higher than 5 foot, about maybe 5'1", 5'2", somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think they're still at opening height. Yeah, I think they are.
As they continue rolling through here. But now back to the track once again here for the next final for the women's 400 meters. You'll have Lissy Snaufer from Mount Vernon in lane 6. Taylor Thomas of Marion, the top-seeded time here from Marion here in this particular final. She is the first seeded time under 60 seconds this season. Her personal best at 59:45. And then Olivia Adkins of Grace and Nicole Demeen from Taylor, the freshman. So one to watch here will be Taylor Thomas, who will almost certainly be a factor in scoring here for Marion, depending on how this final goes. Looking to try and break 59 for the first time this season. Also the B standard time to qualify for the national meet, 58:55 is the target that some of these competitors are shooting for. Thomas opting for the standing start here in the 400. And Olivia Adkins absent here from this final as she gets a do not start. So 3 competitors here in Thomas, Demeen, and Snoofer. Nicole Demeen competitive there in the lower lane, but it is going to be Taylor Thomas.
As expected.
So Thomas holding about a couple meters ahead here now as Lissy Snoofer will now tuck into second place behind her. Thomas now extending here, really looking good here to the final 50. So here comes Thomas. And she is awfully close to breaking 59. We'll see what the final time is here. 58:81.
Yep, you're spot on.
Just 0.3 shy of that B standard time for the national meet, but that is a superb time, a new season best for her.
Winning by almost 2 seconds, so that's a very good race when you're not pushed at your finish. You don't feel anybody getting ready to give you a push at the line and make you sprint out at the last minute. Again, it's a timed final, but you're still running the best you can and trying to beat your competitor ahead of you.
So that will assuredly get some points here for the Knights on the women's side of things. So Taylor Thomas, 58:81.
It's going to get her at least 5th. Right now she's in the lead, has the best time.
But now we go to the final quick heat here of the women's 400-meter dash. And you will have some of the top competitors in the Crossroads League this season duking it out here. One in particular will be Hannah Reuter, the sophomore from Marion. She is the only competitor to go sub-58 this season. Seated at 57.92. But her official personal best is 58.68. Her 57 time earlier this season was on an unofficial 200-meter track. But Hannah Reuter, the defending 400-meter champion here in the Crossroads League Indoor.
Yeah, sophomore out of Martinsville High School. Another familiar name that I thought, I know that name from my days of doing the public address announcing at the IU track and field stadium.
Also adding to this final will be Ashley Hall, who has the 2nd overall best time this season at 58:30, coming off a win at the 400 meters at the IWU Midwest. She was also the runner-up in the 400 meters at the Outdoor Conference League Championships just a few months ago. Then you will also have Brianna Hooten and Kylie Brown adding to the mix as well. Brianna Hooten was 4th at the NCCAA National Championships in the 400 just a couple of weeks ago.
The pride of New Prairie High School up in Rolling Gap, and New Carlisle. Interesting school. Time zone is right on the school district line.
There you have it.
It splits the two towns up. One side of the town is on Central and one is Eastern, but I'm a wealth of useless trivia. But New Prairie.
Hey, it comes in handy.
Up in LaPorte County, a little bit of it in St. Joe County.
And finally, Spring Arbor's Kylie Brown, the sophomore in this field as well, was third in the 400 meters at the IWU Midwest. She made the podium a season ago here in this event, and will try to best her time here today. So the final four here in the women's 400-meter dash. And a clean start here in this final. Out well is Reuter.
Reuter is really off to a good start. She always made up the stagger.
But now making up the stagger on her on the inside is Brown. So Kylie Brown really challenging out front now as they get to the break line.
They are both off to great starts.
So it is Brown, it is Reuter, and then it is Hooten. Reuter now tucking in on the hip and will take the outside lane going into the back straight here, and it is neck and neck here between Brown and Reuter. Reuter striding out ahead. And now Brianna Hooten challenging for second place as Reuter will come to the final 50. Trying to stride out, Hooten challenging. It's going to be close, and it looks like Hooten may have just beaten Reuter right at the line. We'll check the standings, and it's actually Ashley Hall, excuse me. Ashley Hall of Taylor coming in there. What a time right there by Ashley Hall.
Yeah, Hooten dropped off, and Hall just snuck in there, and what a great finish. Boy. Yeah, Hall got her 58.27, Reuter 58.3.
Ashley Hall, again, besting her NAIA B standard time there, getting the win here in the Crossroads League. Hannah Reuter, 58-30 in second place. That was a competitive final.
That was a great kick by Hall. She really turned it on that last 200 meters.
Meanwhile, we'll check back in here with the women's high jump as competition continues here, as they are now at 1.55 m going in now through first attempts now at 160. And not quite getting it done right there is Gina Butts here. She passed.
She got it with her arm. She had no problem clearing it. She got him with her arm.
Again, Butts, the overall top seed here in the women's high jump, and having a tough time getting things moving there. She actually had an opening height miss at 145. And correction, that's actually not Butts. That is Nina Marinkovic of Marion, who heights out right there as we keep running through the competition here. Huntington's competitor Josie Reineman getting things moving as well. She had a clearance at 155 as the bar will move to 160 here as the competition keeps rolling on. Back to the track now for the men's 400-meter dash. And just like the women, we will have 6 timed finals.
At least on paper, each of our finals have 4 competitors in it, so 24 competing for 8 spots to score for your team.
By the way, the women's pole vault competition is underway. We will keep you apprised of that as well, as your current leader there is Allie Taylor from Marion with a clearance of a height of 247. So in this heat here for the men's 400 meters, 4 competitors: Matthew Helton of Grace, Stephen Bandy of Goshen, as well as Mathurin Alawawi of Goshen, and then Trent Skaggs from Grace. And the starter not liking what he sees there, so he'll have the Competitors reset here getting into the blocks.
I never can tell. Yep, okay, they're just making sure. If you don't use blocks, you've got to watch out for your torso. Your torso can't cross that start or your start line there, and I think that's what they saw and just warned them before.
Your whole body has to be behind the line. Start is out. And again, 6 timed finals, top 8 placers score. And out well at the bottom there is Matthew Helton of Grace. So Helton will have the lead going into the final lap.
Can either one of the Maple Leafs run him down?
This is Bandy and Alawai trying to run down Helton, but it looks like Matthew Helton will hold on to things here going to the final, but still right there with him. That is going to be Mathurin Alawi. And it was awfully close there at the line. We'll check the standings, and it was going to be Helton just barely by about 0.2 of a second, going 53.88 there for Grace. And just looking at the seeded times here, it looks like you're going to have to go 51 or quicker to try and score points.
Yeah, you would think so.
Again, certainly the track to do it, but we have not had any meet records set just yet here today.
We both kind of thought there would be sometime just because of this beautiful track here in its inception as a facility. This is the first meet televised here in the pavilion, Fall Creek Pavilion.
As we get set for the second heat here of the men's 400-meter dash.
You can see at the end of the top of your screen or in the middle of the screen, so to give you a perception that the shot putters are below there. That's their area. Some of them are looking up at their teammates and or competitors at other schools. But shot putters are warming up. Boys shot put should be starting here pretty soon. Well, actually they have started. No, they're still warming up, I can tell.
By the way, I stand corrected just by what I just said. Actually, we did have a meet record in the women's 400 meters. Ashley Hall going 58.27, besting the previous time of 58.53 set by Kayla Kunkel of Marion back in 2022. But also Hannah Reuter bested that as well, coming in second.
Well, that was a great finish. I'm glad you got that. I'm kind of led you to believe there wasn't a record set, but good job catching that.
Meanwhile, back to the track here for the second final here of the 400 in the men's side.
Schlatter off to a great start in lane 8, or lane 6, I should say. It will be late in the outdoor track. It'll be lane 8.
Of course, that's Luke Schlatter along with Josh O'Connell of Indiana Wesleyan, and then Blake Miller and Nazareth Hill of Huntington. So it's a dual race between Iwu and Huntington here in this 400 final. Schlatter still well out in front here.
Boy, he's looking good. Shoulders back. Usually don't see shoulders on a sprinter back that far back, but.
You know that reminds me of? Michael Johnson back in the mid-90s. He had that upright running style.
I'm sure Luke appreciates you comparing him to Michael Johnson. That's a pretty good comparison.
Well, he went 52.41 right there, did Schlatter, so that's certainly the overall leading time so far. He beat the rest of the field by almost 2 seconds right there.
Yeah, he right from the get-go, he got out of the blocks well and established himself. Got to cut in from lane 6, get that lead spot.
So nicely done there by Schlatter. At the women's high jump right now, the bar still at 155 here as we continue moving on through the rest of the competition. This is Marinkovic here for Marion, and she gets a really good clearance right there for the Knights.
Yeah, we saw a miss earlier by her.
And there is jumps coach Devin Michael right there for Marion, a former high jumper and long jumper at Indiana State, one of my ex-teammates as well for the Sycamores. Back to the track for the third heat here in the men's 400.
How high did he clear? Do you remember?
I actually don't remember. He actually only competed in the high jump for about maybe his freshman or sophomore year before he ended up having an ankle injury, and so the coaches had him strictly do long jump and triple jump, but he was also a state finalist from Avon.
Oh, okay.
But he was a 23, 24-foot jumper in long jump at Indiana State, so he was certainly an excellent competitor, to say the least. By the way, quick correction, that was Gina Butts with a clearance at 160 meters for Marion, so she comes into the competition here at this particular height in the women's high jump. So in this 400 final, two Bethel pilots in this one, Luke Ray and Brennan Bargesser. You also have Caleb Kroll from Taylor and Juan Pash from Spring Arbor.
There's the two pilots as we got lanes 5 and 6 covered there.
There's Ray and Bargesser. The top seeded time in this final is Bargesser at 52:57 coming into the year. So it is Brennan Bargesser out in front, leading his teammate Luke Ray. So we're at the point here where some of these times may start factoring into some of the scoring depending on how things shake out. But Brennan Bargesser looking really good coming into the final 50. So it'll be Bargesser followed by Ray, and Bargesser going sub 52 right there, 51:04. That is a very good time here for Brennan Bargesser.
Yeah, and he looks happy as you see him shake competitors' hands from Spring Arbor.
That is a new season best for him. Also a season best for Luke Ray, both of them going sub 52.
Native of Grass Lake, Michigan, Bargesser. So he's hoping that time will get him in one of the 8 places here as we move on to a faster seed, but moving back over to the high jump.
Still moving on here through the high jump competition. I believe this is Abby Hume as they move the bar higher to 165. And Hume unable to get the clearance there.
Clipped it with her calves, yeah.
Right now, Butts is your overall leader with her opening height a clearance at 160 meters. That's where she came into the competition. And there you see Butts again here as she will try to clear 165.
See in the background, we've got a pretty nice crowd for a Saturday afternoon with all the events going on in the state of Indiana, and particularly in central Indiana with the NBA All-Star Weekend taking place. The Marion Knights having a home basketball game today against St. Francis, against the Cougars. As Butts misses that attempt.
So she'll try and come back again here. Butts, 2 wins this season in the high jump at the Indiana Tech invite as well as the IUPUI invite. She was the Crossroads League outdoor runner-up a season ago. Here is Josie Reineman here for Huntington. And Reineman just clipping it there at the top. Back to the track for the men's 400-meter final. This is the 4th of the 6 heats. Here you have Cole Whitehead, Grady Martin, Caden Kaiser, and Landon Herbert.
Kaiser with the fastest seed time from Spring Arbor at 51.54 coming in.
He's a freshman.
And he's going to take the lead at the break-in.
Here you see the competitiveness really picking up here as Kaiser looking really good going into the final lap.
He's staying on those toes really well. I like his stride.
Kaiser with about a 6 or 7 meter lead here coming into the final 50.
Again, it's a timed final. He needs to do the best he can because he's run a great race.
Kaiser coming in sub 51, it appears. We'll check the time, 50-60. Very nicely done there by Caden Kaiser. So he now has the overall leading time here amongst the competitors in the 400, and he's the first to go sub 51 here today.
Yeah, so he knows he's got at least 5th in this last heat. That's a pretty good darn time. Let's see how many of these runners can break 50, be sub 50 here in this final race. A good race by Kaiser. He led from start to finish.
Now we'll get ready for the next final here in the 400. You see DJ Hurd Perry from Indiana Wesleyan in on that, as well as Bradley Braxton, Marcus Whaley of Mount Vernon, and Seth McCloskey of Mount Vernon as well.
Lost track of the heats. We still have 2 more heats there. I apologize. 2 more heats. He was really close to being Kaiser in that 5th section. Barely knocked out by a seed time.
Marcus Whaley, the one to beat here in this particular final. He has a season best this year at 50.45, an unofficial season best. He was the runner-up in the 400 at the IWU Midwest and 3rd at the Cap Farm Alumni Meet earlier this year. He was the runner-up in the outdoor 400-meter hurdles here in the Crossroads League just a season ago. It's certainly one thing to run a flat 400, but running 400 meters with hurdles, that certainly adds it a little bit more as well.
I never tried that. I ran the 400 occasionally whenever coach put me in it. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I can't imagine putting hurdles in front of me too and trying to clear them in a 400-meter dash.
The lucky thing for me in college is that the decathlon didn't include the 400 hurdles, so I was happy about that. The 5th of 6th time finals here in the men's 400. Whaley off to a good start here for Mount Vernon there in lane number 5. Sun beaming in from those parked cars outside of this beautiful facility here at the Fall Creek Pavilion. And it's Whaley leading his teammate McCloskey going into the final lap. Tight bunch right here. This is anybody's race. On the outside now is Braxton from Taylor. But still it is the Mount Vernon runners, Whaley and McCloskey out in front. And so it's McCloskey versus Whaley here. And it looks like McCloskey might edge out his teammate. He does. Going right at 51 seconds. 50-53 there for McCloskey. Whaley at 50-60, just like the winner of the previous heat.
Boy, they were shoulder to shoulder the whole race. I kept wondering if the Taylor or the IWU competitor was going to be able to get past them, but they couldn't build enough speed to even give it a shot.
So Seth McCloskey now with the fastest overall time at 50 seconds 53. So now in this final heat of the men's 400, this is where you could see some sub 50-second times. One in particular could be Olivier Lafrange from Marion, the junior there standing in lane number 3.
Yeah, 3 nights in this race. So again, to their strength of being rated the number 4 team in the country in NAIA, 3 in the fastest heat of this 400-meter dash.
So here you will have Lafrange as well as Givens from Marion. And finally, you will also have Richard Dubé. Now, there's an interesting story about Dubé in particular. He did not start running track and field until his junior year in high school. Coming out of Perry Meridian, he was all in on basketball. But because basketball didn't quite work out, the track coaches there said, hey, come out and run the 400 meters for us. He ended up qualifying for the state finals. So then he comes near to Marion and continues to build on his repertoire running 400. He has gone 49.93 this season.
That's pretty darn impressive for not having a lot of track experience. You know, the more races you have, the more you can just build on what kind of pace and stride you have to have. Find an event that's really the best for you.
And then, as I mentioned before, Olivier Lafrange, the second fastest time in the conference this season, only to Zachary Collins of Huntington, who is not running the 400 here today. But Lafrange is undefeated this season in the 400. He was the champion in the 400 meters at the IUPUI Invite, as well as the Indiana Tech Invite and the John Gartland Invite over in Terre Haute to kick off his regular season. So Lafrange, as well as Dubé and Givens from Marion, and then also Isaiah Romaine from Spring Arbor in this fight, in this fast heat. And Lafrange out well. Look at that blistering pace he is setting. He made up the stagger there on Romaine halfway through the back straight. So it's Lafrange, followed by Dubé and then Givens.
Can the Knights go 1, 2, 3 in the 400?
Lafrange trying to hit that automatic qualifying standard, which is 48.72 for the national meet.
Comes Romaine, though.
Romaine now second place as Lafrange kind of tightening up here. Romaine at the line. It is close. It looks like Lafrange just was able to edge him out.
Boy, good finish, though, by Isaiah Romaine. Boy.
And Lafrange going 48.44. He is going to be going to the national meet. What a run there by Romaine, though. Also getting that automatic qualifying standard at 48.47.
I say Romaine's time was outstanding also. So as you said, all sub-50s for the first four out of this race. Givens, that's a great time for him. He came in seated at a 50.44, so Givens at 49.53. Excellent run.
And Dubé also with a new personal best of 49.16 to get third. Heck of a run right there from all those competitors.
Yeah, the Knights are having a great meet there. Take three of the top four spots in this race. That's a great accomplishment.
No time to waste, though, as we move right along into the women's 800-meter final. Competitors already on the track. And here you will have the first of three timed finals here in the 800 meters. This will equate to 4 laps around this 200-meter track. By the way, a quick update here in the men's shot put in the first flight of that competition. Right now, Seth Gormley from Taylor has the leading, Josh Hanshaw, of Bethel has the leading mark at 12.65 meters. We'll keep you up to date on how that competition is progressing over here at the throwing pit.
If I'm not mistaken, Hanshaw is a Penn kid. Went to Penn High School.
So meet directors holding things up here as we get set for the women's 400-meter dash. It was supposed to go off at about 2:30, so we're a little bit behind schedule here running this meet, but we keep moving on.
Well, behind coaches can live with. Get ahead sometimes. Coaches get a little bit upset just because of their schedule, their own schedule of when they've got kids running in what events and the recovery time.
So that's Adrian Boyd there for Marion getting the early lead for the Knights, and she is really setting a fast pace here in the early going.
Yeah, don't have much information on her. She doesn't have a seed time, So if you don't have a seed time, you go automatically to the slowest heat, along with Firestone and Adler coming in that were put in by their coaches, but they do not have a seed time, which means they haven't run one this year.
But Boyd looking really good here for the Knights.
Really good.
She is destroying the whole field here. Again, Adriana Boyd. Here for Marion, a junior.
How about Arissa? Is this Adriana? Does she have a twin sister?
She does have a twin sister.
Oh, she has a sister, not twin. Okay. I was looking up Arissa, but yeah.
Adriana Boyd, again, a junior from North Central High School here in Indianapolis. She was an NAIA All-American in 2022 as part of the 4x800 meter relay. That was all at Crossroads. She did not compete at all last season, so she's getting back into the swing of things.
That's why no seed time. Well, she's getting back into it all right at a high level.
Again, went to the NAIA National Championships in 2022 with the 4x800 meter relay team. Into the final lap here. Boyd's best time overall has been about 2:50 in the 800, but she is really moving really well here for the Knights. So Boyd maybe a surprise scorer here for the Knights.
Yeah, going to be a fabulous time. She's not breathing too hard either. I think she could go a mile.
So Adriana Boyd with a superb performance here in the opening heat, 2:25. That is a very good time, to say the least, there for the junior.
Well, that's a great time out of the so-called slow heat.
So that would put her about abreast with the rest of the competitors in the second section.
Yeah.
And that still may not score, because all of the top seeded times are in the final heat, which you're looking at about maybe 2:23 to be the threshold to score, but we'll see how the rest of the meet goes.
It's nice to see her back on the track, though, after missing an entire season.
So the officials getting the competitors off here as they will move right along into the next heat. Here are the 800 meters. By the way, the meet record in this competition, Hannah Stoffel, excuse me,
yeah,
from Huntington back in 2020, 2:15:07.
Yeah, great runner, Hannah Stoffel.
The best time in the NAIA this year, though, is by Geraldine Correa from Lewis and Clark at 2:12 overall this year. Certainly a couple runners who could get close to that. That will be coming in the next heat. So some of the competitors you'll be looking out for here in this one. Loie Hollebrin from Mount Vernon, the freshman, the overall top seeded time at 2:25. You'll also have Karis Hunter from Indiana Wesleyan, the sophomore, in there as well. Men's triple jump going on the infield as well. Get you an update on those results here in just a matter of moments. Second section here, the women's 800 meters. And out to the early lead, there will be Lily Stewart. That's Stewart of St. Francis, the sophomore.
We haven't called St. Francis' name much today.
Only a handful of runners here and competitors from St. Francis. But Stewart hits the lead at the opening lap. In tow there is Kyra Maas. They're from Indiana Wesleyan. And again in the 800 meters, certainly not a race you have to lead from the very beginning. A lot of runners sometimes opt to stay in the back and kick into the final 100 meters. A very Nick Simmons way of doing things in the 800 meters.
Just to remind those that are joining us this afternoon, the track is 200 meters, so not your traditional size track because we're running indoors here at the Fall Creek Pavilion, but a beautiful track. We've had one track record set, we know for sure.
And now moving into the lead here from Taylor, looks like that is Addie Draper.
Again, it's a timed final, so winning your heat doesn't mean you're going to place, but gives you a shot. You just have to run against the clock, even though you think normally my objective is to win the race. Well, you've got to win the race if you're in any heat but the last heat, and your time has to be exceptionally good.
Loie Hollebron now challenging for the lead here for Mount Vernon. Draper falling off a little bit here, and Hollebron coming into the final 100.
See if Draper's got anything left in the tank, though, as they come out of the turn. Yep, Draper does have something left.
Right there, Draper feels the challenge, but she will hold it off as she crosses at 2:26. 2:25.43 officially, followed by Hollebron's 2:25.86.
Almost 11 seconds faster than her seed time. Nice job by Addie Draper. Normally when you lose that lead with about 100 meters to go, it's tough to get it back, but she had enough in the tank. As you take a look at Addie there, just a freshman. Nice race.
Certainly showing how competitive she will be in the future here for Taylor.
I think she's pretty happy too. She's, I mean, she's gassed. She gave it all she had, but I think she's pretty happy with that time too.
If you're not gassed at the end of an 800 meters, you're probably doing something wrong. Final heat here now of the women's 800 meters. This will be the proverbial fast heat. And here you will see Tara Friesen from Grace. The overall top-seeded time at 2:15.72 this season as senior. But she could also be challenged as well by the sophomore and Claire Lang from Marion. Two Marion Knights in this heat, as well as three runners from Grace. Tara Friesen ran her personal best in the 800 meters, finishing 5th at the GVSU Classic earlier this season. She was also 5th last year in the 800 at the NCCA National Championships.
Okay.
And the official having to tell the runners to back off here, as it looks like Naomi Ross Richer may have been a little antsy getting there at the line. Also, Annika Alderfer Fisher in this 800 meters. She was a competitor in the 400 earlier this afternoon.
Placed second in it. She led most of that race. Fisher did.
Clean start here. Also have Kylie Sauter here in this meet as well. She's coming off of a win in the mile at the IWU Midwest, and she was second in the 800 in that particular meet as well. Her seed time is 2:21, but she is capable of going much faster than that. So out of the waterfall start, settling in here now is Claire Lang at the opening lead, followed by Tara Friesen.
Claire Lang originally went to Kentucky Wesleyan, ran down at Heritage Hills in beautiful Santa Claus, Indiana.
There you have it. Home of one Jay Cutler. Friesen still.
I think more of Kenny Dilger personally. Another Indianapolis Colt.
Tara Friesen still holding to the left hip, or rather the right hip there of Friesen. Of Lang, rather, and now she comes into the lead, followed by her teammate there in Kylie Sauter. As I mentioned, Sauter, not a big factor this season in the 800 meters, but she's able to deliver. She now settles into the runner-up position.
Yeah, but here comes Lang. She got boxed in for about, I'd say, 10 strides, and that slowed her down a little bit, but
Claire Lang coming off of a win in the 800 meters at the Marion Invite, just a couple of weeks to go.
Yeah. Friesen, Lang, and Manning, 1, 2, 3 there.
Into the final lap, Friesen, followed by Lang, and then Sauter.
I think if Lang can stay in striking distance, she can get her on the stretch just because she's got a little bit longer stride.
But Tara Friesen certainly using a lot of strength here going into the final 100. It is Lang and Friesen. 1-2 here with Sauter, now stalking both of them coming into the final 50. Sauter, Friesen, and Lang right here for the win here in the 800 meters. It is a three-woman race. Lang getting up, but Sauter there with the final stretch. She gets the win. What a run there by Kylie Sauter.
Great race.
Sauter 2:18.61, 3 seconds faster than her seed time.
Ooh.
And that also is almost a B standard qualifying time right there for her. She is 1/10 of a second slower than the B standard time to get to the national meet, but still an excellent race run there by Kylie Sauter to get some big points for Grace.
Sure did. Friesen, I thought it was going to be a Friesen-Lang finish, and I thought Lang would probably get her just because of her little bit length of stride. Friesen fought her off, and then all of a sudden, whoo, here came Kylie Sauter. Lancers take up 1 and 3. Pick up 1 and 3 in this race, point-wise.
Kylie Sauter showing why she was the defending indoor champion in this event. Again, had not run too many 800-meter races coming into it, but she comes up big for Grace when they need her to. Moving right along, though. Again, no time to waste here in this meet as we go on to the men's 800-meter final. Again, like the women, you have 3 sections in time finals here for the men's 800 meters. The Crossroads League record set back in 2023 by Nate Conkle. And standing up again, we had a flinch by one of the Mount Vernon runners there. That is Gage Wilson, who lost his balance there at the front there, so they're going to have him step back again here. Certainly can feel the antsiness when you're about ready to run a timed final here at the Crossroads meet.
Well, you may have mentioned we have 3 runners in this race, Harrington, Long, and Segovia, who did not come in with seed time. So let's see if it's coming off injuries maybe or just haven't run yet. Trying to get a run in, get a time in for later on in the year, indoor-wise.
Alex Hayden has, as well as Caleb Nichols and Gage Wilson, the 3 fastest seed times here, as you see Wilson getting out to the early lead. The threshold to look for here as far as scoring-wise looks to be about 159, give or take.
Yeah, you're right on it, yeah.
So if you want to try and score points, that is the time that you are shooting for here in one of these earlier finals. Speaking of going final, the women's high jump competition has come to a conclusion. Gina Butts from Marion with a winning jump at 160 meters.
And not a big surprise. She's had a great season.
Moving through here, this first time final of the 800, it is still Gage Wilson out in front. But now challenging behind him there is Ari Segovia of Huntington, as you mentioned, as well as Caleb Nichols. Now it's Nichols out in front. So Gage Wilson falling back here now, as Nichols holding on to the final part of this race to pull away. Again, 159 is what you're looking for. It looks like Nichols isn't quite going to get to that threshold, but still an excellent run here for Grace here. 2:01 right at the line there for Nichols.
Yeah, 5 seconds faster than a seed time. As a coach, you can't ask for much more. You got to base it on what your experience is.
So Nichols setting the early mark here at 1:01.
Pretty good, he says. Watching him probably tell his time to his coach or his parents or a fan. 2:01, not bad, he said. So that's pretty good.
Certainly happy with that performance. On to the second final here.
What was your race that you just thought was the most excruciating of the ones that you did with all the competition you had?
I remember one year in an indoor meet I did the 1,000 meters.
Uh-huh.
That was tough to navigate.
Oh, wow.
That was incredibly tough to navigate.
Yeah.
Because you think it's running an 800, but then you have to run an extra 2 laps at a sprinting pace.
Absolutely. Here we go, race 2, heat 2 of the 800.
So here you have the likes of a couple more runners, such as Anthony Roberts of Goshen, as well as Kevin Little, both seated at 159 even. And out of the gate here you have Anthony Roberts. So Roberts ahead by about maybe 3 meters or so on Spring Arbor's Ryan Bowman. Meanwhile, Little back in the pack here in 4th at the moment, buying his time. Still, Roberts is setting a blistering pace as we get through the halfway point. They get across in 400 meters at 58.3.
Can someone get in touch with them? They got to get in striking distance. Right now, the Roberts looking pretty good, but here comes the pack.
That is Zeb Wilson leading the way here for Indiana Wesleyan. Roberts with 1 more lap to go. He's held it at about 3 meters or so.
He has. Yeah, he
has. And now Owen Pittman from Marion tucking in 3rd there behind Wilson. So it's Wilson and Pittman trying to chase down Anthony Roberts. The gap slowly coming in here, but Roberts looks really strong as he picks up his knees, lactic acid burning through his legs.
He's tightening up, though.
And now here comes Wilson.
He's tightening up.
But Roberts may have just enough in the tank, and he gets it.
Nice
158, 157, 76 there for Anthony Roberts. That was a fast time that will, without a doubt, possibly score some points here for Goshen.
I'd say he's going to get some points for the Maple Leafs. Yeah, he just starts tightening up a little bit, but he's got enough. Does a really good job of finishing the race. He never broke stride, which is good. He never slowed down enough that he had to break his stride.
2 seconds faster than his seed time. Zeb Wilson also going 158, as did Owen Pittman. So a lot of big performances from that second final here in the 800.
And just to show you, the fastest seed coming in was Kevin Liddell from Goshen. And he is not, I'm going to guarantee, he is not going to place in the top 8. So you've got to, or if he does, it's going to be 8th. So,
but now here is the final of the 3-time finals here for the men's 800 meters. And as I mentioned earlier here, Pete, Nate Conkle, he is the conference meet record holder at 152.43. He is in this field, seated at about 155.48. So he might be holding out on us a little bit here throughout the rest of the season. We'll see how it plays out. But also you have Logan Rufinacht of Grace at 152.96. He is the league leading runner so far. You also have Evan Hodkinson at 153.02. So a lot of fast runners here in this 800 final. And these runners getting right after it here as you see a blistering opening pace. So on the outset, it is Nate Conkle out in front, followed by Matthew Riley here of Marion in second place. And you also have Spring Arbor's Caleb Van Wormer there in 3rd. The pack, though, tightening up now here Typical of an 800-meter race here when you have a lot of top competitors.
You've got a good one here.
Conkle still out in front. Again, holds the meet record time at 1:52.43 set last year. Now challenging now is Logan Rufinacht. He moves into second place from Grace, and he's going to tuck right there on the right hip of Conkle. Rufinacht now pushing it out in front.
Conkle had to break stride just a second to get back outside of him once Rufinacht passed him.
Conkle also going to try and get the national qualifying standard at 1:54.30. That is the threshold to beat to qualify for the national meet. It is Rufinacht, followed by Conkle, and then you have Van Wormer right there from Spring Arbor. Here comes Conkle, tucking in behind him and now challenging for the lead. He may have tried a little too early, though, as Rufinacht is able to respond, as is Van Wormer.
Oh, no.
Van Wormer nearly loses it going on the inside of the track. He stays legal, but it's going to be Conkle and Rufinacht striding home at 1:54.4, and Conkle just outside of that qualifying standard at 1:55.25. How about that run there from Logan Rufinacht?
Well, Rufinacht did a good job of holding him off. As you said, I think he almost went too early here. We see the back stretch here and coming down into the final stretch. Very, very nice race as the times are popping up. So Anthony Roberts' time of 1:57.76 is going to get him 6th coming out of that second heat.
Again, that second heat can sometimes be a surprise as far as scoring is concerned. So there are your final results here as now we move right along, as you can see, going to the women's 1,000 meter.
Yeah, they're on the track already.
Again, we're running a little behind schedule here today, so you're going to have events going one after the other now.
And you know, there's several reasons you get behind schedule. Being an old-time coach and a PA announcer nowadays in my retired years. Part of it could be the starter wants them to make sure they're lined up in the blocks right. They've called him back several times on that. Sometimes it could be just too much time on the track afterwards. But again, this is the first huge meet they have had here at the Fall Creek Pavilion, so it's still going to be trial and error here in this beautiful facility.
The women's pole vault right now at 3 meters 22. Haley Holbrook on the runway at the moment here as we get ready for the women's 1,000 meters. Also an update in the men's shot put. The current leader in that regard is Van Leon of Marion at 13:29, the best throw so far. Jacob Netrol, has the best throw in the shot put so far at 16:71. I was looking at the triple jump.
3 heats in this race.
So 1,000 meters.
Murgor in the lead right now of Goshen. She's on our screen right now.
Again, you may have a couple competitors in this event. In fact, every competitor in this first section does not have a seed time. So this is the first time for each and every one of these competitors at this distance. And as you mentioned, coming out and getting after it there is Abigail Mugor.
Got a nice size lead already in this 1,000.
Three laps to go here in this 1,000-meter race. This is the first time that Abigail Murgor has ever contested a 1,000-meter competition. She was a part of the Goshen DMR team last season here at this event where they placed 7th. Earlier this year, she ran the mile at the GVSU Big Meet where she had a best time of 5:26.
See if either one of these Wesleyan girls, they've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this race. Let's see if one of those Wildcats can run her down. Doesn't look like it, though.
2 laps to go here, 400 meters. That is Ashlyn Kephart there from Wesleyan behind Murgor. And then looks like you also have Abby Matthews there in 3rd for Wesleyan.
Mergor, the only senior in this race, this heat.
So coming to 1 to go here for Abigail Mergor. Again, this is a unique distance. You don't see the 1,000 meters in the outdoor variety. You only ever see the 1,000 here in the indoor meets. And so it is not a race that a lot of runners have a lot of experience contesting. I can certainly attest to that from a personal experience. But it is a good test of both sprinting ability as well as middle distance ability. So Abigail Mergor.
And she is having a nice kick in. I mean, there's, obviously it's a timed final, but to lead the whole race and not be pushed by anybody and have that kind of a kick, outstanding race for the young lady.
Mergor is looking right about 3:13. So that's well off of the best times from some of the other competitors we'll see later on here in this event, but still well done right there by Abigail Mergor.
Sure was. Nice race. Lead from start to finish and not have anybody push you. That can be a disadvantage when it comes to having to beat a time. But her 3:13 would be the second seeded time in this next race, so.
So there's your results. 5-second win right there by Abigail Mergor. At the women's pole vault, the bar is still at 3:22. As competitors continue to move through here, Emma Stewart just getting a clearance in her first attempt at 3:22 meters. Our final competitor here in the opening heat of the women's 1,000 crosses, and we move right along here into the next section. So in this one, again, a couple no-seed times here from Annika Erickson as well as Emerson Funk of Taylor. But the top-seeded time here is Rosie Barrett, the freshman from Marion.
Yep, she comes in with a seed time of 3:12.57 seconds in the 1,000-meter run.
Again, has only run a handful of times at the 1,000 meters before. But other than that, this season has not done a whole lot. She was part of the Marion cross-country team in the fall, where she last ran at the NAIA Great Lakes Cross Country Challenge Invitational. But since then has been running sparingly since then.
Got 3 women from St. Francis in this race.
You'll have Kayla Quimby as well as Lindy Wood and Anna Strong from St. Francis. So coming down for the early lead here, that's runner number 7, Lindy Wood, followed by her teammate, Kayla Quimby. Wood seated at about 3:29 earlier this season. And now the field tightening back up here.
Pretty good pack, though. Got 7 in the pack right now.
That's Annika Erickson in third place as she now comes up and challenges for the runner-up spot. 3 laps to go. Again, 1,000 meters, not a typical distance in the sport of track and field. You only see it here in the indoor competition as Erickson now moves up to challenge and take the lead.
Rosie Barrett's kind of boxed in right now. I think she'd like to get through and take the lead. There she did get through, so now, yep, Barrett's going to take the lead here for the Knights.
So there is Barrett buying her time and now pulling out into the lead. Barrett now going to kick it in a little bit here as she will come to the final lap. So again, Barrett could possibly get into the scoring conversation depending on how she's able to navigate this final lap. She crosses going to the final 200 at 2:38. Barrett kicking it up. She is extending now.
Looking strong, yeah. She's not going to get pushed. So again, she's got to, in her head, tick-tock, tick-tock. You're running against the clock, tick-tock, tick-tock. No one pushing her.
Barrett almost with a full 50-meter lead on the rest of the field. And she will come in with a splendid performance here. She will get right at 3:11, 3:12 or so, depending on where she crosses. But she now has the overall top time, 3:11.53 for Rosie Barrett. And she's pleased with that time, a new personal best for her.
Yeah, looks real strong in her finish. Using the arms well.
So Barrett, 3:11.53, a clear of 6 seconds by Annika Eriksson.
Wow.
But so while we have a quick moment, we'll go ahead and take a look at the high jump finals. All right. So here you go as we take a look at some of the jumps here from the high jump. Again, your winner, Gina Butts, with a winning height at 168. 168, just a few centimeters shy of her personal best this season, but getting it done is Gina Butts there from Marion. Couple big performance here. Here is Gina Butts.
Yeah.
This is her winning height of 168.
Oh, she killed that one.
Cleared it with ease. You also had Erica Zayareth, who was the triple jumper who was competitive. She also gets up in the high jump as well. So Butts getting the clearance there at 168. The other one was actually Nina Marankovic, excuse me. But still, solid performance from Gina Butts at 168, getting the win over Erica Zayareth on misses at 168. So nicely done there by Butts. And with that, we go right into the 1,000-meter final here for the women.
Coming as the favorite is Abigail Mays of Taylor. She comes in with a seed time at 2:57.36. And she is in the lead in lane one right now.
She's coming off of a winning performance in the 1,000 meters at the IWU Midwest just a week ago. She was also third at the 800 meters at the Crossroads League Indoor in 2022 when she was competing for Huntington. But having since transferred to Taylor, she was also seventh for Huntington at the 2022 NAIA Indoor. So she is experienced at this distance.
Yeah, just got in the U-Haul and moved down 30 miles from HU to TU.
Also, Katie Woods of Marion in this field as well. She won the 1,000 meters at the Marion Invite a week ago. So tucking right in there is Woods, right behind Mays.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a two-horse race here, I think. Once they get out a little bit farther, get to about the 600-meter mark.
Also, Emily Tedder in this field as well. She was a competitor in the 400 meters earlier this afternoon. Absent from this field, though, is Kylie Sauter, who we saw in the 800 meters. She has also the third fastest time this season in the conference at the 1,000 meters, but because of how close it is to the 800, she's not in this one. Right now, it is Mays and Woods out in front. 2 laps to go. And Katie Woods looking quite comfortable right there on the hip of Abigail Mays.
It's usually a pretty good place to be
Mays buying her time here, as is Woods. Again, this is a game of chess sometimes here between competitors. Both runners look very, very comfortable. It's a matter of when you put in your final kick. Final lap here in the women's 1,000 meters. It is still Abigail Mays. But right there is Katie Woods.
And May's shoulders drop back. So she's losing shorter strides when the shoulders drop back, and here comes Woods.
So Woods kicking it into the final 75 meters. Abigail Mays trying to keep pace, but Katie Woods seeded 258 coming into today. She is going to have a new season best, 256. What a run there by Katie Mays, and some crucial points for the Marion Knights, as it is Woods followed by Mays and Emily Tedder of Huntington.
Nice timing there. She made her move at the perfect spot. Came down off that bank on the indoor bank here. Just put it away. Some really good times here. Yep. 3 people broke 3 minutes. Tedder in third, as you mentioned.
And so Katie Woods, back-to-back wins for her. She was also the runner-up in the 1,000 meters at the IWU Midwest. And continuing a very good season for her as she gets Big Ten points there for the Marion Knights.
Your teammate Liz Leuchinger went 5 whole seconds fat, not 5 whole seconds. She ran a 3:01 and she came in with a 3:06 seed time to place also for the Knights.
Now on to the men here in the 1,000 meters. Again, 3-time finals.
Katie Woods looking very, very happy. We've had the camera on her to watch her finish. All right, we head to the men's 1,000 meters.
3 competitors here in this first of 3 timed finals.
That's a tough one, I can tell you from experience. When there's only 3 competitors in a race for 1,000 meters, it's just tough because you're running basically a workout type of idea there.
If this was an 8-lane indoor track, they could probably fit these guys into the second section, but not quite there. Again, none of these competitors have a seed time coming into it.
You always hope for it as a wild card here. It's a wild card position. Give it a shot. See if you have a good day.
Again, Clayton Reichenauer, as well as Avery Richardson and Aaron Yeeke. 1 Goshen, 1 Bethel, and 1 Indiana Wesleyan. And at the moment, it is Richardson out in front here for the Pilots. Aaron Yeeke still looking very comfortable, working through the middle part of this race. Avery Richardson, a senior, has a career best in the 1,000 meters at 2:37.19. Has run everything from the 400 all the way up to the 8,000 meters in cross country. So he is well versed in middle distance running here for the Pilots.
Looking strong on the bell lap, Richardson.
Richardson was 6th at the NCCAA Indoor Championships in the 800 meters, going 2:01 in that regard. Adding an extra 200 meters here, going to try and keep stride. Once again, to try and score here, you're probably going to be looking at about maybe 236, 237, give or take. And right now here, you see a big push from Reichenauer at the very end.
Yeah, he's done. Richardson just lost it coming down the ramp there. Just ran out of energy there. Nice finish there.
So Clayton Reichenauer across at 238.73, Richardson 239.42. Both runners well off the pace to try and get in the conversation as far as scoring is concerned. We're now on to final throws here in the men's shot put competition. And there is Jacob Nettrell, who has a best throw so far here of 17.21. His best this season, 18 meters 11, which is roughly 59 feet. You also have Christian Rios now up for his first throw here in this one. So far a best throw this competition of 16 meters 6. Rios looking like he has a nice result right there.
Yes.
Back to the track here for the second section of the men's 1,000 meters.
If there is a favorite, it's Coben Moriarty from St. Francis. Comes in with a seed time at 2:47.62. 5 of these competitors have not had a seed time going into this race. Couple Bethel pilots, couple Taylor guys.
At the outset, it is Jacob Harberts from Indiana Wesleyan out in front.
One of the 5 guys that doesn't have a seed time. Stride looks good. Sophomore.
Jacob Harberts, a career best in the 1,000 meters at 2:32. He's also gone 1:56 in the 800 meters, so he certainly has some speed here at the middle distance. And he's looking really good here through the first 2 laps.
He really is. He looks really comfortable. Settled in.
Meanwhile, back in second place at the moment, one of the Taylor competitors.
Yeah, Trojans take second and third right now.
And in second is Caden Clegg, followed by Grayson Rasmus from Taylor. But still, it is all Jacob Harberts.
Truly doesn't look like he's working very hard. I don't mean that meanly or to criticize him. He's just, what I'm saying, he's just got a really good race going right now. He's in nice stride, not being pushed, which can be a detriment when you're trying to run against the clock. He's on the bell lap.
2:01 coming to the final 200. Harberts, a transfer from Siena Heights. This is one of his first races here as a member of Indiana Wesleyan.
You ever been to Siena Heights?
I have not.
It's up in Michigan. Played him in basketball when I was in college at Bethel. Not too far a drive.
Jacob Harberts not letting up here. Coming to the final 500, or rather the final 50, And he's going to be right around at 2:31 or 32. And that gives us a new leading time here in the men's 1,000, 2:32.25 here for Jacob Harberts.
Nice race by Harberts, considering he wasn't even pushed. That could sneak him into the finals. We've got a pretty good race coming up here. Got 4 runners that have a seed time in the 2:28s coming up here in this last race.
So as we get ready for the final heat here in the men's 1,000 meters, the men's shot put still going on here. Micah Tuggle up in the ring now from Mount Vernon Nazarene. His best throw today, 14:37, so well off the pace set by the rest of the field. But still working now through opening throws here of the finals. In the shot put competition, Jacob Nittrell from Marion still with the overall lead. And there is Nittrell. Or now this is Isaiah Tipping now up in the ring from Marion.
Talking about picking up points, Kurt. 3 Marion Knights in the finals in the shot put competition. They've just got depth in so many events.
In fact, Marion has 2 throwers in the top 10 in the nation. 2 of them in your screen right there. On to the final here in the men's 1,000 meters. Some of the ones to watch out for here in this one. Definitely going to be Dimitri Magriardis, as well as Tristan Trevino from Marion. He has the top overall time this season by 0.02 of a second over Magriardis.
Yeah, beware of Aguilar Gonzalez, too, coming in here. Should be a good finish. I can see 3 and 4, maybe 3 and maybe 4 runners in that last lap being neck and neck. Right now it's kind of spread out, but it's early.
3 Marion competitors in this final. But it is Dimitri Magriardis still holding it out in front here for Grace. But right there behind him from Mount Vernon Nazarene,
Evan Hodkinson.
That's Hodkinson. He has already had a busy day here today. He was in the men's 800 meters, now running in the 1,000. Hodkinson right there behind Magriardis.
Then you've got 3 Marion Knights, the 3 that probably should be up there with those 2. At least 2 of them should be.
Margaritidis still holding it out in front. Meanwhile, Trevino holding in third, just kind of buying his time, but he is letting the front 2 kind of getting away from him a little bit here.
Yeah, good point there, Kurt. I mean, I think they've both got something in them, both the Marion runners, but they have lost touch with the leaders.
Trevino still well back of the front 2. Margaritidis along with Hodkinson. Hodkinson takes the lead going into the final 200. If Trevino wants to be a factor, he has to kick it in now. Has a lot of ground to make up, but Hodkinson pulling away here, but Margaritidis still right there, and now here comes Trevino pulling up for third. Now making it to second, but it's going to be Hodkinson. Well out in front, a big run here from Evan Hodkinson. The defending champion in the Crossroads League 1,000 meters. He backs it up again, followed by Trevino, and then Margaritidis of Grace in third.
Wow, very nice race by Evan Hodkinson.
2:26.25. He already had the qualifying standard automatically to get to the national meet. But that is a new season best for him by 2 seconds.
Okay, Jacob Harberts, who won that second heat at 2:32.55, is going to get 6th in the points for IWU. So again, second time in a row, or second race in a row in the women's, now the men's, that the second place or the second heat person did place in the finals.
But how about that effort from Tristan Trevino, the freshman of Marion? He was well back and was able to salvage second there for the Knights.
Yeah, he started awfully late. You made the point about halfway through the race that they'd kind of lost touch with the leaders, but great kick to get into second.
We keep things moving on the track now as we get set for the first of 7 timed finals here in the women's 200-meter dash.
Got to admit, I kind of like this race in indoors because it's just one lap and it's just a full-out sprint, and you're going down the ramp, then up the ramp, and then finish on the straightaway. I love this on indoor meets.
At the men's shot put, Rios just getting a throw off. Also doing some run-throughs at the women's pole vault at the moment. The current height for the women's pole vault right now is at 3 meters 47. Clapping coming from the shot put ring now here. There's a couple more competitors. Micah Tuggle just getting a throw off there in the shot put ring. But back to the track now as the starter gets the initial command. And here you'll have Patience Saki as well as Amethyst Berghoff and Mary Catherine Dunderman.
We saw Saki run the 60 earlier in the afternoon in the meet.
She has not run the 200 meters this season, so this is going to be her first crack at it, and she has a lot of speed to certainly command some attention. So again, one lap around this facility, and Saki, as expected, out quickly.
Yeah, we saw her in the 60, and let's see if she can do a 200.
Again, running up that bank, but then you will run back down it again. And Saki looking really good here in lane number 4. So Saki will come across easily at 26 and some change, 26.2 to be precise. And that will put her awfully close to the scoring range. You're looking right about 26 seconds to be a scorer here in this particular event.
She's on that bubble. You know, it's a tough transition. Let's try that one more time. Transition when you go from the 60 to the 200, because you train for that just burst of speed on the straightaway, and now you've got 2 curves you've got to run. A little bit different action on the feet, particularly on a track like this.
It can certainly be a different leap when you're going from the 60 to the 200 in the indoor variety, as opposed to going outdoor when you go from the 100 to the 200.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is a track that has 6 lanes. But for sprint events like the 200, they only fill it with 4 people maximum because of the bank of the curve and just the betterness, let's say, for the runners. So, you know, if they fill 6 lanes, that makes it awful hard to be in that first and second and have the same kind of angle. And we do have someone not running in this race. We have two runners out, actually.
So 2 competitors, both of them from Grace. Elise Jesnick as well as Karis Sigler. Isabella Aldrich was due to be in this event from Goshen, but she is a do not start. So both Grace competitors going to be well back from scoring contention. But as Karis Sigler getting across at about 27 seconds. So we're hammering off each of the finals now. Again, running a little behind schedule here as far as the meet time is concerned, but we keep rattling off each event. Back to the shot put arena here real quick. Couple big competitors now. And that was a nice throw right there by the nation's best thrower, Jacob Netrol. Again, a competition leading mark of 17:21. Nicely done there. Also looking at the women's pole vault competition now. And that is Emma Stewart, who has a top mark so far at 3:47, clearing it on her first attempt.
Yeah, she was pretty happy.
And on the runway now here for the women's pole vault is Brooke Holloway there from Mount Vernon of Nazarene. Her first attempt here at 3:47 and had to bail out of it that time. Again, 3:47, just shy of 12 feet. You're looking at about maybe 11 feet, 10 1/4 inches.
Kurt, did you ever land in the box?
Yes, actually, it put me in the hospital.
Yeah, that's always the trickiness and danger of the pole vault, is when you don't have your steps and your plant's not good and you don't have the proper speed and you can't get up to the apex, coming straight down on that box.
Yep. No, mine was at a meet at Rose-Hulman, an outdoor meet early in the season. I went up 2 poles too big, didn't make it into the box, or to the mat rather, and ended up landing on my tailbone in the metal box. And let's just say my season was done, and I had to sit on a donut for the next 2 months.
Ow, gosh.
That was not fun.
I'm sorry I brought that bad memory up
No,
for
you're
you,
okay.
But just because that reminded me of when I saw the Holloway vault that time and take a jump. Okay, a couple Foresters here, along with Mount Vernon Nazarene and a Lancer of Grace in this third section of the time finals of the 200-meter dash.
You got Malia Butler from Grace, as well as Elizabeth Potts from Mount Vernon, and then Addison Dowler and Lydia Baker, both from Huntington.
7 heats of this 200-meter dash.
A little bit of a delay here in this second section as the timing and scoring going to try and get things calibrated correctly here. Some of the things you certainly deal with as a track meet progresses as they get timing and scoring now corrected, so they have the next section up and ready to go. So men's shot put has come to a conclusion, and as expected, Jacob Nettrell, your victor, the league and NAIA leading
the nation's best
performance earlier this season of 18 meters, right around 59 feet, his season best, and he comes away with another conference championship. Well done there by the Marion throwers.
I remember having shot putters when I coached Kurt that couldn't understand why they went to college, why that shot put went from 12 pounds to 16 pounds.
Because you go to college.
That extra big distance, yeah, but can't we just see if we can throw like 70 feet?
That's like me asking why the hurdles in high school went from 48 inches to 51 inches. Of course, I didn't start hurdling until I was in college, but still.
I think I turned off a shot putter one time. I said, here, try this college shot put. And he goes, I don't want to do that. And he put it out there a couple of times and crushed his ego a little bit. I mean, it is a big man's game when you go to the shot put in college.
Of course, while we're talking about shot putters, one thing I would certainly love to see in this iteration of this meet is a heavyweight 4x100 meter relay or a 4x200. Those are always really fun when you're in the outdoor meets. After the 4x400 meter relay, when the meet's done, you have the throwers go out there and say, hey, let's give it a shot.
We called it the weight man's relay, in meets that I used to run when I coached.
That's the women's pole vault again. And that is Gabrielle Zelenga, who is the league leading vaulter this season out of Bethel. Bethel, a hotbed for NAIA pole vault competition. They have each of the 3 top leading marks in the league this season.
Say her name 3 times again, will you?
Gabrielle Zelenga.
Went to DeMott Christian High School in DeMott, Indiana. School district-wise, that is Kankakee Valley up in northwest Indiana.
And so she has an easy clearance there at her opening height.
It's a great golf course up there, too. Sandy Pines up in DeMott for those golf enthusiasts. Well, I thought we had the timing system all taken care of.
And now they have the competitors off.
Yeah.
Here for this second heat in the women's 200 meters. So while we have a stoppage here, let's take a look at the final shot put results. On the men's side, again, a heck of a competition here. That is Isaiah Tipping getting things rolling there for the Marion Knights. But here is Jacob Nettrell, the league and nation-leading thrower this season from Marion, as well as Christian Rios there, getting some excellent results here for the Knights. Again, all 3 of them within the top 10 in the nation throwing-wise, but you also get some good competition from other competitors in the men's shot put, such as Dan Heinig, who is the other competitor from Indiana Wesleyan right there. Some excellent footage here from our ISC Sports Network crew, getting some excellent job right here from the shot put competition. But in the end, it would be Jacob Nettrell with a final winning throw of 17.26 meters.
Our next heat of the men's 1,000 meters.
Certainly some great spots to watch the throwing competition as well from that elevated mark. But there you see Marion going 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Wow.
That is a lot of points from the throwing competition, just adding to the ever vast lead for the Marion Knights in the team competition.
A lot of depth on this Knight squad.
Jordan, let's take a 2-minute break here. I have to pee, so I think we can squeeze in 2 minutes here. While we have a moment, we'll take a quick timeout. Back in a moment here on the ISC Sports Network.
Pepsi's always had great taste. Today, try great taste with zero sugar. This is the Pepsi with zero compromises. This is Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Meet Chip. 30 years ago, he started a small business with a big idea. Today, there's a new building, a new fleet of equipment, and a new era of leadership. But we know Chip, and at Indiana Members Credit Union, we know he plans to keep growing, building business with the next generation. IMCU is here to help with secure and simple account management tools and commercial financing to grow business. Today, it's all about Chip. Tomorrow, it's all about you. Because at IMCU, it's you that matters.
Some say you have to choose between reaching for Mars or harnessing more energy from a star. Going faster than the speed of sound versus bringing clean water from out of the ground. We say, why not both? The choice then is Marion University's Whitaker School of Engineering. Discover success with purpose. Learn more at marion.edu/engineering.
Still waiting? You could have been seen by an orthopedic specialist at Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Avoid the wait, cost, and drama of the ER. Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Orthopedic care without the drama. Find a location near you. Still waiting? You could have been seen by an orthopedic specialist at Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Avoid the wait, cost, and drama of the ER. Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Orthopedic care without the drama. Find a location near you.
The minute I stepped foot on campus, I didn't want to leave.
Everyone here is about helping you succeed.
It's hard work, but it's totally worth it. I have so much support from my advisors.
The nursing program is why I chose Marion.
I'm studying to be a teacher.
I'm a business major.
My professors really challenge me, and I know I'll be ready for my career.
A great education is the best thing you could ever do for yourself.
Marion University, an exceptional education and an unforgettable experience. Apply today for full scholarship consideration at marion.edu.
Timing and scoring issues have been resolved, and we are back at it here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling, moving right along through the finals of the women's 200-meter dash. Malia Butler, Elizabeth Potts, Addison Dowler, and Lydia Baker here among this time final section. And coming to the stagger, it's going to be Dowler out in front here for Huntington.
1-2 for the Foresters in that heat.
Dowler across at 26:41, so Patience Saki still with the overall top time here in the women's 200. And a reminder, after this event, we'll go to the men's 200 meters, and then we'll ramp up the distance as it'll be the women's 3,000 meters. The 5,000 meters contested just yesterday. And now heat number 4 here of the women's 200 meters, including
Klimova.
Vedlina Klimova. Had to make sure I had that pronounced that right, as well as Kinley Green of Mount Vernon, Natalie Gonzalez, and Ella Maz of Indiana Wesleyan.
Klimova is from Ukraine. Now running for the Bethel Pilots. She's in lane 3.
Klimova with a best time this season, 27:68. Every competitor in this one actually is seated right around 27 seconds.
Yeah, this should be a pretty even race.
All 4 competitors holding the stagger here going into the first turn. Natalie Gonzalez now making it up. She has the lead coming into the final 100.
Kinley Green's got her, though, on the inside.
That is Green. And now Ella Maz still holding strong outside, but it's going to be Kinley Green of Mount Vernon getting the job done there. She crosses right around 27, 27:11 to be precise. So again, still out of the main range here to try and get any points scored.
Yeah, so far it's Sakia from Taylor still in the lead. Time-wise, as we head to the 5th section, as we see the finish there, Kinley Green, good race. Probably not going to get her in a top 8.
This is the Pepsi from
section 5 of our 7-section timed finals of the 200-meter dash.
Sydney Osbury from Huntington, the senior, in on this one as well. Kathy Suriano, the freshman from Marion, in lane 4. And then Shaylin Golden from Spring Arbor in lane 5, and Indiana Wesleyan's Delaney Floyd, the freshman in lane 6, excuse me. I've got the lane 8 syndrome. Again, lots of competitors that have been able to get the job done in the women's 200 meter this season. Patience Saki actually holds the meet record, having competed in the very first flight at 25:37 from a season ago. She was well off that pace.
But she had to run with no one really pushing her.
She had no seed time.
She had no seed time, so she had to go to the first heat with no seed time.
Clean start here in section number 5. And already Soriano making up the stagger. They're on Golden of Spring Arbor. So it's Soriano with the lead into the final 50, and it looks like it's going to be all Soriano, but still on the outside. Here comes Floyd, and Floyd with a late surge there in the final 25 meters, able to just get one over there on Soriano. Talk about closing speed right there from Delaney Floyd.
Freshman beating freshman there. Floyd's getting off that track fast. just like she ran on it. She got off that track fast.
She got the job done right there. 26:48 there for Floyd, so that puts her right on the cusp of getting into scoring position.
We go to Heat 6 or Section 6 of our timed finals. Got Caitlin Ely in lane 3 from Indiana Wesleyan. Julia Rossini from Spring Arbor in lane 4. Ashley Hall from Taylor, who won the, which race was that? It's been so long afternoon. She won the not the 800.
She won the 400 meters.
400, yeah, and a great race from Taylor. She's in lane 5, Ashley Hall. And Katala Jones running in lane 6 from the Marion Knights, and she's the only freshman in this race. 2 seniors, a junior, and the freshman Jones.
Jones was in the 60-meter final earlier this afternoon, where she came home second behind Riley Hirschberger, who we'll see in the final section of this women's 200 meters. But Ashley Hall, the 400-meter champion from earlier today, she was 7th in the 200 meters here in the outdoor variety of this meet just a season ago. She matched her personal best of 26:38 earlier this indoor season at the IWU Midwest. Again with Rossini and Ellie and Ely here in this second to last section here of the women's 200. Again, points will likely be scored here out of this group of women. Katala Jones out well up top there for Marion. But right there with her is Ashley Hall.
It's going to be a good race.
Hall makes up the stagger. Look out for Ely down low. She fades though, and it's going to be Hall and Jones at the line, and it looks like Hall was just able to get one over there on Katala Jones.
She's having a good day today, 25.7, so she takes the lead overall.
That is a new season best for her, and just a few tenths off of that B qualifying standard for the national meet.
Yeah, Ashley Hall is getting after it today for the Trojans. Here we see that finish. She's getting pushed really hard. Jones with a good push, but couldn't quite drive enough those legs to get past Hall. Let's see if that time sticks as we have the 4 fastest seeded times coming into this last section, section 7 of the 200-meter dash.
And they include Riley Hirschberger, the senior from Bethel. She was the 60-meter champion earlier today. Has only run the 200 meters sparingly over this indoor season, but she ran her personal best of 25:19 at the Notre Dame Blue Gold Invite, placing 4th in that final. But one thing she's looking for a little bit here is Hirschberger is a little bit of redemption because she was disqualified in the 200 meters at the Crossroads League Outdoor Championships last season. But challenging her in this field will also be Hannah Reuter, who won the 400 meters, or rather who was the runner-up in the 400 meters earlier today. She was the defending champion in that particular event. But the last and only time that she's run the 200 meters this season was back at the Robert Johnson Open in mid-January.
Happen to know who Robert Johnson is? Do you? How about John Gartland, though?
He was my coach.
There you go. I was waiting to give you a little bit of lead in that. That's the Terre Haute Invitational, wasn't it? The John Gartland?
John Gartland, one of my coaches, and an excellent man.
But Robert Johnson was not one of your coaches.
He was not.
No. Pretty influential, though, if you get a track meet named after you.
Deara Davis from Taylor also in this field. She has the 3rd best time in the 200 meters this season in the Crossroads League. Championship final here in the 200 meters. Hirschberger already making up the stagger there on Davis.
She's off to a great start. Let's see how she comes down on the curve.
Hirschberger in the lead coming into the final 50. And it looks like Hirschberger is right there and will cruise to victory with Deara Davis coming in second and close for 3rd place right there between Reuter and Kylie Brown of Spring Arbor.
25.17. So that's going to get Ashley Hall 2nd overall coming out of the 2nd to last heat, the 6th heat. She's going to get 2nd.
25.17 for Hirschberger is a new personal best by 2/100ths of a second.
Now, actually, as those times come up, I'm sorry, Ashley Hall's going to get 3rd. Davis gets 2nd from Taylor, 25.45.
The difference less than 1/10 of a second between Reuter and Brown for 3rd place. But Riley Hirschberger sweeping the sprints here today. Winner of the 60 meters and now winner again here in the 200 meters. A solid day's work for her, putting in 20 points for her Bethel Pilots.
Northwood Panther graduate. And we move on now to the men's 200-meter dash finals.
And just like the women, there will be 7 timed finals. And one to look out for later on will be Zachary Collins. He was absent from the 400 finals, which is an event rather that he is excelling at in his career. but he will be here in the 200-meter finals in the last section. But in this first section, Fabio Lashinsky from St. Francis along with Shamar Edwards, and then Caleb Kroll from Taylor and Alex Escamilla from Huntington in lane 6. Clean start here in the first of 7 time finals in the men's 200. Working lane number 5 there is Caleb Kroll. He makes up the stagger, and it's Kroll with the lead. And he will run away with it here in the latter part of it. Nicely done there by Kroll, right around 24, 23.98 there for Kroll. A nice time.
Faster than a seed time, yes. Nice race by Kroll.
And just looking at how the timing shakes out, it looks like 23 seconds even is right around the time to be scoring, maybe a little bit faster than that, as a lot of the top 8 seeded times right around 22.5 seconds to be scoring here in the latter part of this one. Heat number 2, here's Stefan Israel of Mount Vernon in lane 3, Jake Parker of Taylor in lane 4, and then Marcus Smith of Bethel, as well as Zakiya Strickland of Bethel in lane 6.
Pair of freshmen, pair of sophomores in this race.
Each competitor seated right around 23.5 seconds. So this will probably be a tight final. Clean start here in the second section. All 4 holding the stagger here going into the turn.
Like where Israel's at, though.
This is going to be awfully close, though. Marcus Smith out in front here from Bethel, the freshman, and he pulls away at the end.
Wow.
Nice closing speed there by Marcus Smith.
Yeah, he didn't have the most fluid stride coming in. A lot of herky-jerky motion, but it certainly worked for him. The effort was there.
23.49 there for Marcus Smith.
Got awfully close to that upper line there coming down the bank of the curve.
So you're allowed a little leeway there, but if you take more than 2 strides outside your lane, you will be disqualified.
Yeah, but that third one gets you DQ'd.
So on to the next section here. Jamwan Wyndham from Spring Arbor, along with Ashton Yater from Indiana Wesleyan. His teammate Dylan Dunaway in lane 6 from Wesleyan, and then Eduardo Garcia of Goshen in lane 5. At the women's pole vault competition at the moment, the current leader is Emma Stewart of Spring Arbor. Again, clearing at 367 on her first attempt. As you see her certainly fired up here, as she is the current leader in the event. Meanwhile, the rest of the event working at 367. Grace Conway missing her second attempt at 367. Sophia Sumner of Bethel working her second attempt here at 367. Meanwhile, in the next final here in the men's 200. Quick legs right there by Wyndham in lane 3. Awfully close here between Wesleyan and Spring Arbor. And at the line, it's going to be Wyndham just getting the lead there at 23:15.
Yeah, he got off to a great start, like he was shot out of a cannon. Then he started to get little choppy steps there towards the end, but had a big enough lead to hold on. Good race.
At the pole vault pit now, Gabrielle Zelinga is now up. She is the conference leader in this event. And she had an opening miss at 367, so she is in second place now on misses if she makes this to Emma Stewart. So here is Zelinga.
High pole.
And she's just able to get that clearance. Wasn't pretty by any stretch of the imagination, but she got it.
She could even kind of tell. You can tell her expression like it wasn't one of my better turns when she released the pole, but she got the clearance, and that's the most important thing.
Again, this is Gabrielle Zelinga, the league leader coming into this event. She has a personal best of 380 meters. That is 12 feet 5.5 inches. But right now, in a tight competition here with Emma Stewart of Spring Arbor in the pole vault.
Let's look at section 4 here. You got him? You want me to take him?
Go have at it, my friend.
I was going to give you a break after the pole vault here. Drew Dutton is running in lane 3 from Indiana Wesleyan. He's a freshman. Corbin Till from Huntington University is in lane 4. He's a sophomore. Another freshman, Mick Wright, runs in lane 5 from Grace. And in lane 6 at the top, Braden Bixler, the junior from Taylor.
All these competitors seated at lower than 23.2, so you may see some 22-second times here from this heat. All four with a fantastic start. It is dead even going into the final 100. Picking up a little bit now here is Mick Wright of Grace. And it is Wright at the lead coming into the final 50. And Mick Wright will come away with the victory right at 23 seconds, maybe a little bit faster. He is 22:70.
Wow.
That might be a scoring time right there for Bixler.
Yeah, I think.
Or rather, Wright, excuse me.
Wright may get in there with that one. You're right. No pun intended. Was that 22.7, you say?
22.70.
Just making my notes here. Mick Wright. Okay.
Also 22.91 there for Braden Bixler. So he also goes sub 23. Sophia Sumner just gets a miss at 367, and now we move the bar up to 377 in the women's pole vault.
2 remain, maybe? I'm incorrect on that.
As we check the standings here, 2 competitors remaining. It is Zelinga and Stewart.
Yep.
So the bar will now go up another 10 millimeters. And so at the moment, Stewart missed at 357, but Gabrielle Zelinga missed at 367. So that technically gives Stewart the lead because Zelinga missed at a higher height. So it definitely gets a little tight as competition continues.
Yeah, I think Conway was disappointed. She's out of the competition a little bit earlier. The other Bethel jumper in the pole vault. I call them jumpers too because they jump, but
no, they are jumpers.
Yeah, they're jumpers.
Next final here in the men's 200 meters. Shane Patterson of Spring Arbor along with Murphy of Goshen, and then Stoll and Cummins of Grace.
Pair of Lancers at the top of your screen here.
And it's a battle now between Murphy and Stoll, and it's going to be Daniel Stoll coming away with this one at brisk time there of 22:08. What a time right there by Daniel Stoll.
Yeah, he really came off that bank and he just really turned it on. That's a great time. He came in with a seed time of 22.58, and boy, he's just clicking there.
A new personal best for him by nearly half a second. He was seated at 22:58 coming in. He bests it by 0.4.
Well, you'd love to see that in a conference meet like this, a league meet, Crossroads League, when it really, really counts. That is a great race.
Warm-ups now here for the second to last section of the men's 200 meters. This will be Alexander of Spring Arbor, Bargesser of Bethel, Hunter of Marion, and Wiles of Mount Vernon. Bryce Wiles, as you might remember, the champion in the 60 meters, will be going from lane number 6. Emma Stewart on the runway at pole vault. We'll try to get that to you, but 200 meters about to get underway. Emma Stewart about to make her first attempt at 377. That is about 12 feet 3 inches. So Stewart going to go right in tandem here with the start of the next section of the men's 200 meters. Stewart gets up and almost gets that one over. Has to get her hips a little bit higher there, but a nice attempt. She'll have another one here at 377. Back to the track here for the next section of the 200.
Michael Hunter. Bryce Wiles pulled up in lane 6. Yep, hamstring.
He lost his hamstring, so he will not finish the race. It is a 3-man race now, and how about this Bargesser of Bethel coming in and gets the win here in this section. But we're going to have a stoppage here as Bryce Wiles pulled up there midway through the back straight, and it was the obvious sign of a pulled hamstring.
When I'm looking at Michael Hunter, who is in lane 5 next to him, I can't help but think that might have affected him a little bit, because I was just mentioning how hard he was coming. He was really pressing. And I don't know if Wiles felt that pressure and just a little pop there in the hamstring, his right hamstring. As you can see, the athletic trainers are Johnny on the spot.
Bargesser across at 22:38. As we'll take a look here at Wiles just pulling up right there as he was entering the turn, and yep.
Yeah.
Just had to pull up right there. I've had that happen to me several times, and it is not a fun feeling.
I don't run fast enough to pull a hamstring, so I've never had that problem.
So while they help Bryce Wiles back off the track, Sophia Sumner is on the runway at the pole vault for the women's pole vault competition.
Oh, so she is still in.
So there are 3 competitors remaining.
I apologize. I goofed you up. I thought there's only 2, but because I thought, why isn't Sumner in? But there she is. Good.
So this is Sumner's first attempt at 377. Oh, and she has the height. Maybe set the standards a little bit further forward there, and she has it. But she'll have 2 more attempts here at 377.
All right, they've got Bryce Wiles taken care of temporarily off the track now, so we're ready for section 7 of our 200-meter dash finals.
So this is the fast heat here of the men's 200 meters. Connor Maple, Liam Neer, Zachary Collins, and Olivier Lafrange.
All come in with sub-22-second seeds.
Zachary Collins, the league leader in this event this season, 21:73, his season best. Collins in lane 5. He gets a good start. Mostly even here through the first 100 meters. And it's Collins now edging out in front, but all 4 neck and neck. Coming to the final 50, it's Zachary Collins being challenged by Lafrange at the line. And it's going to be Collins just edging out LaFrange outside there. 21:56 for Collins, and he gets the automatic qualifying standard to go to the national meet.
Great race, great race. You could see it on paper that it was going to be a great one, and Collins just powered through that finish line to hold off LaFrange.
So before we go any further, a nicely run race by Zachary Collins. The women's 3,000 meters coming up right after this here on the ISC Sports Network.
Marian University is like a home to me.
Campus is where I made friends that I know will last a lifetime.
Academics, sports, or arts, Marian's got something for you.
Plus, downtown Indy is just 10 minutes away from campus.
I'm a huge sports fan. Living in Indy, I've got the Knights, the Colts, and the Pacers.
Applying was so fast and easy.
I went to Marian for the education, but what I took away was the experience.
Marian University offers an exceptional education and an unforgettable experience. Apply today for full scholarship consideration at marian.edu.
At Indiana Members Credit Union, we're invested in more than just your finances. We're invested in your future, the future of your family, the well-being of the community you live in, and in those who dream big. Until those dreams become a reality, any bank can give you a loan or open an account. At IMCU, we care about more than just dollars and cents. We care about doing things that make sense. And investing in you makes good sense to us.
Well, we're on to the final individual running event here of these championships here, the Crossroads League Championships. Here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling getting ready for the women's 3,000 meter run. So we're going to add a little bit of time here in distance to the near end of this championship event. And you're going to have a lot of competitors here in the 3,000. You're going to have two timed finals here of the women's 3,000 meters. 16 competitors in this one, and then we will have another final with 13 competitors later on. So a couple of runners to look out for in this one will be Janessa Larson. She has the top overall seed time in this one from Spring Arbor. She's also a freshman. You're also going to be looking at Katie Woods of Marion. Of course, Woods competing in the 1,000 meters earlier today. She gets the victory in that event for Marion. And now ramping up the distance here, an extra 2,000 meters for her, so she's going to be putting in a lot of work. We'll also have a waterfall stagger to start off this competition. Again, they'll run the first 3/4 of the first lap in the waterfall setup before they merge into the remainder of the race. We'll also keep you apprised of the women's pole vault as the competition continues. Again, 3 competitors remaining at 377. So we're underway here in the women's 3,000 meters. Gabrielle Zelinga now on the runway here at the pole vault and can't quite get the clearance there on her second attempt at 377. So the 3,000 meters now underway here in the women. And this will be a long race to try and figure things out here. Again, you'll have a lot of different competitors here. Katie Woods, who is out to the early lead here for the Marion Knights. Again, the champion in the 1,000 meters earlier. She's also joined up front by a couple of other competitors here from St. Francis, as well as Huntington, Alyssa Lindsay. Here's Emma Stewart on the runway here for her third attempt here at 377. And Stewart has to bail out of it that time. Looked like she got a little deep on the plant. And that was her third and final attempt, so she is done for the day, but she still has the lead on misses. So if Gabrielle Zelinga wants to make a push, she has to make this next height.
Oh, so I'm sorry. So when we were talking earlier before the 3,000, yeah, Zelinga passed. I'm sorry, Summers passed, didn't she? Has she cleared yet? We're getting our live scoring update. I apologize. So, yeah, she has 2 misses also. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, so she has 2 misses. She has one more coming here at 377. Again, we're watching the women's pole vault right now here. We'll keep you apprised of the 3,000 as it progresses, but we'll stick on the pole vault runway here as this is Summer. Sophia Summer from Bethel definitely has the height, but just can't quite complete things at the top at 377. So now if I'm reading the scoring correctly, Zelinga does have the lead because she passed at 377. Stewart has more misses than Zelinga. So Zelinga is the overall leader.
Correct, yes.
Followed by Stewart. So now that we got that all straightened out, so this is Zelinga. She has the meet now in her hands. So now she's going to try and clear at 377, which is just over 12 feet high. Again, her season best this year, 380, 12 feet 5.5. Certainly a good feeling knowing that you have the meet in hand on your final jump.
It does make it easier. Sometimes, though, you don't always get that intensity burst you need just because you know you've won it. Let's see how she reacts, Gabrielle.
Big performance out of Emma Stewart today, though, of Spring Arbor. Again, Bethel had the 3 top heights coming into this competition today. And she's able to break up the 1, 2, 3 there for Bethel. So here is Zelinga. Gets up and a little too deep that time, but still is able to come away with the victory in the Crossroads League Women's Pole Vault competition. On misses, she clears 367. And that'll do it for the pole vault competition. You certainly have to be proud of that effort if you're Gabrielle Zelinga. And that'll conclude the field events here today.
Yeah, we're done with them, aren't we?
We are done with field events. So now the rest of the competition goes on the track. Again, we have 2-time finals of the women's 3,000 meters, so we still have a lot of running left to go. And with that, we'll take a look at a recap of the women's pole vault competition. Again, it's certainly been a little bit of a dramatic one, as you have a couple of clearances at the lower heights. There is Emma Stewart getting things moving. She had an excellent day today. Zelinga getting things going early on as well. And certainly a good performance today from Brooke Holloway of Mount Vernon of Nazarene. And then that's Grace Conway coming up short there at 367, but still moving right along. An excellent clearance right there by Sumner. But then Stewart comes back again, and this was her first attempt at 367, or rather at 357, excuse me. And things keep on progressing from there. Sumner has an excellent day today, but still the misses kept racking up a little bit for Zelinga, making things a little bit tough for her. And then Stewart getting a nice high plant, couldn't quite get that one to fall there as well, as that was her final attempt at 377. But Gabrielle Zelinga coming away with the victory in the women's 3,000 meters. Or rather in the pole vault, excuse me. 3,000 going on right now on the track, though, but there are your final standings. On misses, Zelinga gets the win. So the women's 5,000 meters, or 3,000 meters, still going on here on the track. Again, the first of 2 timed finals. We have a lot of running left to go.
They're in over 6.5 minutes right now currently. 6:40 as I speak.
And the current leader at the moment appears to be Katie Woods. Who works her way out in front now. Again, Woods, the champion in the 1,000 meters earlier today. She continues to lap the field.
Five laps left, I believe. Does that sound right, Kurt? I just saw Mike Padfield, one of the meet officials, holding up the 5 at the start-finish line.
So about 5 laps and some change remaining here.
There's Mike Padfield. Didn't used to have the beard when he refereed high school basketball games for me. He used to have hair too, but outstanding track and field official. He would expect nothing less out of my mouth talking about him, so I don't feel bad saying that about him. Great guy.
Katie Woods coming back around. Part of the Marion cross-country team. Has a career best at 6,000 meters of 27:27. And she comfortably moves through the field here through the latter part of this one. Katie Woods seated at about 11:18 on the year. Janessa Larson in on this meet as well, but she is well back of Woods. So 3 laps to go here for Woods. And again, the 3,000 meters, depending on the type of field you have, it can certainly be a chess match, but it can also be a runaway, like it appears to be here for Katie Woods.
Well, she's making it look easy. She's not breathing too heavy. The sophomore out of Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger High School. Just keeps passing runners as she continues to hold on to this lead.
The last time Katie Woods ran the 3,000 meters was back at the Indiana Tech Invite on January 19th, where she finished 9th to the rest of her competitors. Now looking to outpace the rest of them here today. And trying to pick up the lead, it looks like it may be. So Larson is well back here, so Woods is the overall leader.
Well, I tell you, on a smaller track, Kurt, indoor track and smaller track, it's just hard to keep the placings, keep track of the placings.
But Woods, your overall leader, followed by Janessa Larson way back in second for Spring Arbor. But at the moment, there is Woods into the final 100 meters. And this is going to be a huge personal best here for her today. She was seated at 11:18, her overall personal best. Her season best had been 11:24 on the year, and she goes 10:28.
Holy moly.
She has a huge personal best by 37 seconds. What a run there by Katie Woods.
I just looked down at some friends that from our perch that I know that are fans of hers. Their son goes to Marion, and they just looked at you. Is she done already?
Yes, she is done already.
She done already? Wow, what a great race.
Mallory Hyatt comes in second for Grace at 10:40.
Now, Hyatt did not have a qualifying time or a seed time coming in.
And then Aleska Lindsley comes in third. As you can see the live results coming in now. Janessa Larson really falls off there late, going in at 11:10. But there is your winner in the first heat of this one in Katie Woods. And she still has enough breath to cheer on the rest of her teammates there as they pass by.
Boy, these are outstanding times coming in. You referenced Larson. You know, she did get fourth at 11:10, but her seed time was 11:14, so still better than what her seed time was. getting themselves in shape.
More runners coming in. That's Aleska Lindsley of Huntington, the freshman, leaving it all on the field right there.
Nope.
And she's having a hard time staying up right there, but she certainly leaves it out there, coming in third in that heat for Huntington.
Yeah, she was seeded third and came in third.
So while we have a moment, we'll take another quick timeout. When we come back, the second section of the women's 3,000 meters here on the ISC Sports Network.
Some say you have to choose between reaching for Mars or harnessing more energy from a star. Going faster than the speed of sound versus bringing clean water from out of the ground. We say, why not both? The choice then is Marian University's Whitaker School of Engineering. Discover success with purpose. Learn more at marian.edu/engineering.
Pepsi's always had great taste. Today, try great taste with zero sugar. This is the Pepsi with zero compromises. This is Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Meet Chip. 30 years ago, he started a small business with a big idea. Today, there's a new building, a new fleet of equipment, and a new era of leadership. But we know Chip, and at Indiana Members Credit Union, we know he plans to keep growing, building business with the next generation. IMCU is here to help with secure and simple account management tools and commercial financing to grow business. Today, it's all about Chip. Tomorrow, it's all about you. Because at IMCU, it's you that matters.
Getting set for now the second time final here of the women's 3,000 meters. We just had the first time final won by Katie Woods of Marion in an astonishing time of 10:28, a new season best for her by about 37 seconds. But now we'll ramp up the speed a little bit more here, as this is the fast final here of the 3,000 meters. And one to watch out for will be Alex Ebatino of St. Francis. She is wearing number 3, and she is seated at 9:50. And just for perspective, she's run that earlier this year. The meet record was set back in 2022 by Shelby Chrisman. That was 9:59, so she could possibly best that meet record here today, depending on how things go, how things shake out. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. We could have some fast times here in this one.
We could. Looking at Elizabeth Barrett, the sophomore from Wesleyan, also 10:06.4.
You talk about Barrett. She was 8th in the 3,000 meters at the NAIA Indoor last season. She was 7th at the Crossroads League Indoor in that same season. She's coming off a runner-up result in the 3,000 at the IWU Midwest. But going a little bit further, she won the 5,000 meters at the GVSU Classic earlier this season. Meanwhile,
where's GVSU, do you know?
Grand Valley State.
Very good. Just want to make sure you knew where you're
a
at.
hotbed of track and field out west.
There you go. Not out west. It's in Michigan.
It is in Michigan. That's right, yeah. I was thinking, I had the Grand Canyon on my mind. Grand Canyon University on my mind.
That's in Scottsdale. Beautiful school.
Your early leader here is Ebatino, as you would expect. Has already hit the A standard to qualify for the national meet, as I mentioned, so she's just running for points here today. She was the runner-up in the 3,000 meters at this meet a season ago.
Well, she could be running for a conference record, too, a league record here if she's got it in the tank today. Never know. A little bit unorthodox style, more the swinging of the shoulders rather than the straight ahead.
And now moving into second place here, trying to ramp up the pace in the back of the pack here. This is Reese Gibson, or excuse me, that's actually Mercy Chabet of Goshen, the junior, seated at 10:12 this year, and now she moves up to challenge Ebatino up front. So again, Ebatino still out in front, but now the field has kind of reeled her back in a little bit. And this is the point of the race here where you get out of the start of it and just kind of settle in and let the laps wind down before you buy your time on making a move.
Yeah, you try to put it in cruise control, but you want to set the cruise high enough that you can extend your lead.
So it is Chebet and Ebatino there on your screen. And making a push in third right now appears to be Elizabeth Barrett for Indiana Wesleyan.
Yeah, I got a couple bucks on her. No, I'm just kidding. I don't gamble. But coming in, I thought she could be probably the next best competitor in this race, on paper at least.
Adding to your top 5 is Anna Nidek. And then it looks like that is Victoria Cabone of St. Francis. So the laps continuing to wind here as we move through the first part of this race. It has been Ebatino from the very beginning. Ebatino has been all over the place in her running career, a senior for St. Francis. She was third at the Crossroads League Cross Country Championships where they ran 6,000 meters. She's also the defending champion coming into this meet in the 5,000 meters.
Those top 5 have all settled into a really good pace here.
By the way, looking at the 5,000 meters, which were run yesterday, Molly Gamble and Audrey Brinkruff, both of Taylor going 1-2 in that event, both running 17:18. Some blistering times right there, followed by Molly Hyatt in third, and then Molly Harding of Huntington in fourth, there in the 5,000 meters. Gamble in this field here for the 3,000 meters, but she's well back at the moment. And she appears to be the only competitor in this field that ran the 5,000 just yesterday.
Nice pack of 5 runners, though. As a fan, that's great to watch. You've got 5 that are really in contention. And sometimes things can get out of hand a little bit on one of these races.
But all of them keeping pace here with Ebatino. So it's Ebatino, Chebet, Barrett out in front. And then it is also Anna Nidek of Taylor in fourth. And then Victoria Klebon of St. Francis in fifth. That is your top 5 here as they run. Little over halfway home now here as we just passed the 6-minute mark here in the 3,000. Ebatino now coming up on the rear of the field, so lap traffic going to be becoming a factor here as they move through the final few minutes here of this race. Ebatino, Chebet, Barrett, as well as Nidek now are starting to separate themselves from 5th place Klebon. And as you mentioned, Pete, all 4 of these competitors now appear to have just kind of settled in and letting the race come to them at this point.
And it could come down to who's got the best kick since they've all settled in at the same pace. Nidek looks pretty strong right now, too. I know you mentioned the other St. Francis girl, Klebon's dropped off a little bit, but.
Let's take a look at the women's team standings here as the laps continue to wind down here in the 3,000 meters. And it has certainly been all Marion here from the start. They have a big lead over Taylor. Taylor was expected to be their biggest competitor, but Marion so far has established pretty much enough points to possibly all but certainly get that conference championship for the team.
And no one in this race for the Knights probably going to make any kind of movement here for him in this race. Taylor's got a chance to pick up a little bit with Nidek. Gamble could get in there, sneak in there, and get a point or two also.
The only competitor from Marion in this race is Lainey Roth, who is a freshman wearing bib number 12, and she is well back in the pack. In fact, she just got lapped by the front four. So it is. And with that, let's take a look at the men's standings, and this one's a little bit more decided. The Marion Knights have pretty much run away with it here on the men's side in the team scoring standings.
Yeah, Barrett's got to go with her. If Barrett wants any chance to be able to outkick her, she's got to go with Ebatino right now.
There's your men's score.
She takes second place.
243 points already over Mount Vernon Nazarene. Marion has secured the men's conference championship for the 5th straight year.
Very deep team, the Knights.
So now a changeup up front here now for the women's 3,000 meters as Chabet has fallen off from second. It's Ebatino, followed by Barrett and Nidek right there. Final lap here in the 3,000.
Okay, I predicted Barrett. Let's see if Ebatino can hold her off here on this last lap.
Ebatino still holding, but Barrett right there on her right hip. But don't count out Anna Nidek. She is right there in third. Stalking both of them. Ebatino now kicking it up a little bit into the final 100. Ebatino trying to hold on. That long stride from Barrett making it tough. And Barrett now kicks on the afterburners. And Elizabeth Barrett of Indiana Wesleyan comes away with the victory right at 10 minutes 1 second. 10 minutes 16 to be exact. Followed by Ebatino and then Anna Nidek in third, 2 seconds back. A heck of a finish there in that women's 3K.
Boy, it's just a great race. I mean, they just settled into their times, and I kind of figured if Barrett could stay close, she went with her when she started to stretch him out a little bit, stay close behind her, that she probably could outkick her. What a great race by all three of those ladies.
So there are your results. And it's going to be awfully close here how the rest of these times figure out here, because Katie Woods, who won the first heat, may likely get in there on the scoring, and she does. She will be 7th after winning that first heat at 10:28.
So Marion does get more points in it, even though we thought they probably were not going to place on this one. They did.
And speaking of Marion, there is Lainey Roth, who just comes across for the Knights in 8th place. So Marion will get a handful of points out of the 3,000. Not a lot, but they get some here in the women's competition. And that will at least keep things at bay here from Taylor, who have come on strong here in the latter portions of it. But that is the end of the individual events here for the women's competition. All that's left is the women's 4x400 meter relay, which will be coming up after the men's 3,000. And of course, as a former 400 runner myself, I'm also partial to the fact that I think the 4x400 meter relay is the most exciting event in track and field.
I love it also. Yep, it's a great way to finish a meet. Conclusion of a meet is that relay. You see the leader for most of that race,
Ebatino.
Alex Ebatino, talking to her teammates, just explaining what happened and didn't have enough to hold her off. But congratulations to Elizabeth Barrett from IWU. Strategically ran just a great race, never lost touch with her. And she came off that curve, final curve in the straightaway, and just had the kick to win the championship.
Both competitors 2 seconds off of the meet record of 9:59.53 from Huntington's Shelby Chrisman just a couple seasons ago. So now we move to the men's section of the 3,000 meters, and like the women, we will have 2 timed finals. The top overall seed coming into this one appears to be the freshman Grant Flora of Indiana Wesleyan.
Yeah, he's got one of 4 times under 9 minutes in this heat. Comes in at 8:55.2. Mount Vernon has 2 that are also under 9 minutes to go. Mason Hendrickson and Samuel Swanger. And then also Carter Miller, another IWU runner at 8:56.77 coming in with their seed times. Everyone does have a seed time in our first heat.
And so third from your right there is Grant Flora for Indiana Wesleyan. He is a native of Ligonier, Indiana, from West Noble High School.
Chargers of West Noble High School.
So waterfall start once again. And getting out to the early lead, it appears, as Ben Moster from Marion, a sophomore. And so the whole group now will amalgamate up, and once again, as we mentioned, there is Grant Flora, who will come out here for the early lead. Grant Flora was 7th at the Mastodon Invite in the 3,000 meters back on January 20th. But he ran his personal best of 9 minutes 1 second at the IWU Midwest Classic on February 3rd. He was 12th amongst that field. Back during the cross-country season, Flora also was 3rd at the NAIA Great Lakes Challenge Cross-Country Invitational in late October. And so now after an initial big burst of speed there from the field, they've bunched up and now will settle in. That's a typical long-distance race here in indoor track and field. And now coming up to challenge the lead, that is going to be Clark Schutz. And now he's going to really go out there and push the pace.
His teammate now in second behind him also.
That is Moster.
Moster from Batesville, ran for the Bulldogs in high school.
So Marion 1-2 at the moment. Clark Schutz, a sophomore from Port Allen, Louisiana.
Woo.
He coming all the way up here from the Bayou to come run here in Indiana. He ran 4 meets, cross-country meets as a sophomore. He has a best time at 8,000 meters of 26:38 in cross-country. So Marion now really pushing the pace here with Moster and Schutz out front. So here comes Moster now to go onto the right hip of his teammate. So the Marion Knights 1-2 here in this 3,000 so far. And now challenging in third is Alvin Keeter from St. Francis. And there is Keeter now moving into second. Taking a deep breath of air there and tucking into second right behind Schutz.
So remind you, you're running against the clock in this first heat of the 3,000 meters timed final. Why they don't run all together is because of the size of the track when you're running indoor. You can only get so many bodies on the track and give them the fair competitive edge that they all deserve in an opportunity like this. So you've got to run against the clock besides just running to win the race.
Alvin Couture was the winner in the 5,000 meters at the Grand Valley State Big Meet back on February 9th. This is only the third time all season that he has run a 3,000 meter race.
Oh, little trippage there, but relatively clean. Probably not going to merit any kind of penalty.
By the way, Grant Flora still holding in fourth. He had the initial lead there from Indiana Wesleyan, but so far it has been a decent race here from Clark Schutz out front here from Marion. Now from Spring Arbor, coming up in third there is Kobe Blanco. And now he's going to move to the outside of Schutz as Keeter will take the overall lead. Alvin Keeter was sixth yesterday in the men's 5,000 meters. And now they will start lapping the field.
He may be the only one that gets lapped.
So yeah, it is a quick field everywhere else.
Yeah, that's Abraham Longoria. He just was on that cuspid. Came in with a 9:54. Excuse me, Kurt. 9:54 seed time. So.
Kobe Blanco now tucking in at second, right behind Keeter. It is still Schutz in third, and then Ben Moster in fourth, but don't count out Flora of Indiana Wesleyan there in fifth. Working past the 6-minute mark, we're getting close to the end.
Kurt, did you ever run 3,000 meters in a race? Did you ever have to?
Not in track and field.
Never had to, okay.
I did run 3,000 and 5,000 at cross country, depending on which type of meet we were running. But I never ran any further than 800 meters on a track. Alvin Keeter now stretching his lead over Schutz. And Flora now falling back through the field. So it's Keeter still out in front here from St. Francis, followed by Clark Schutz. And now moving up into second place here from Mount Vernon Nazarene, it appears to be Mason Hendrickson.
We called his name earlier today in the mile, I believe.
And actually that is Samuel Swinger of Mount Vernon Nazarene. Couldn't quite get the bib number there until they came around. But now Samuel Swinger into second place and now separating a little bit from the field as he tries to chase down Keeter. Coming to 2 laps to go here for Alvin Keeter. Swinger reeling him in a little bit now.
A little bit, yeah. Tighten the rope on him a little bit.
And now Mason Hendrickson moves into third place in front of Schutz. Slowly but surely, Swinger now on the hip here of Keeter. Coming to the final 200 meters. Looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race here over the final 2. And now there is Swinger taking the lead. Keeter trying to keep with him here.
He's going to fight him back and take the lead back. He wants to be in the lead. I believe he thinks he can outsprint him. And he's starting his kick in already now.
150 to go into the final 100. And Keeter gets the challenge a little bit from Swinger. But Keeter says, nuh-uh. as Keter is going to run away with it here, and he is going to kick on the afterburners. He wants to go sub 850. He will. 848. What a run there by Alvin Keter. And he's still well off of the NAIA B standard, but he comes away as your conference champion for the St. Francis Cougars.
Let's run one more race, okay?
Yep, that's right. I forgot about that.
Okay.
I'm not used to there being 2 time finals in the 3,000, but still a heck of a run there by Keter in this B final of the 3,000 meters.
That makes his time even more impressive.
Keep in mind, at about 8:48, that puts him still well within the possibility of maybe being there in the scoring realm. 8:46, 8:45 might be the threshold based on how the rest of the field goes in the second section. So there is your final results in Section 1 of this 3,000.
Yeah, he ran a really good race. As soon as he got challenged, he knew he had enough stored up and just sprinted it in, which is the right thing to do when you're running in the slower of the 2 heats.
So one more section of this 3,000, then we go to the relays. And kind of recapping the events of day 1, including those relays that happened. The women's 4x800 meter relay, again, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, won by the Marion Knights. 9:12 was the final time for the Knights in that regard, which was 10 seconds faster than the previous meet record because of how fast that this track certainly knows how to run. And then on the men's side, it was also a big day for the Knights. But still, coming away with the victory in that 4x800 meter relay for the men was Grace in 7 minutes 42 seconds. Another big time right there for Grace to get things going in this one. But now we turn our attention to the final heat here in the men's 3,000 meters. And here you will see a couple of big names, including Nelson Kemboy of Goshen, who is a senior and was the conference champion in the 10,000 meters at the outdoor meet just a season ago. He was also the runner-up in the 5,000 at the conference outdoor meet. Last year, he finished 3rd in the 3,000 here in this meet. But he also has a win in the 3,000 meters earlier this season at the Trojan Invite. So Kemboy will be wearing bib number 3. His teammate Matthew Kitney also has him having one of the top times this season in the conference. He will be wearing bib number 4, so they stand next to each other.
And you've also got Jacob Friesen in this race, also a Maple Leaf. The freshman coming in with an 8:45 tee time, 8:45 seed time. So 3 Maple Leafs in this race.
Got some golf on your mind? But at the moment, you can see both of the Goshen competitors content to let the field kind of organize itself in front of them.
It's Ryan Hannock that takes the lead for Taylor. He's a computer science major, wants to do cybersecurity, and he's a native of Kentucky, came to Taylor's, had a really nice cross-country career. He's in the lead right now.
So it's Hannock out in front. And then the third member of Goshen in this heat, that is Jacob Friesen, tucking in second. The pace kind of quick here in the early going.
Yeah, the Goshen guys aren't up there in the lead with their times coming in. They're not setting the pace, that's for sure, other than Friesen.
They let the field kind of run away from them in the early 200 meters. But still a lot of race to go here as we work through the first minute.
Hate to jinx us. It's been a really clean meet, knock on wood. No false starts today. Well, we had a pulled hamstring. That was not that was unfortunate by the Mount Vernon runner.
That's the only blemish, really.
Right. One runner trip, but just a slight trip. clean move, not a disqualification or anything like that. But hang on, because we have two great races coming up, the 4x400 meter for the women's and the men after this race.
Ryan Hannock still out in front, followed by Jacob Friesen, the freshman from Goshen. Again, both of those runners seated well back from the rest of the field, but they are really attacking here in the first 600. Kemboy and Kitney still well back. They are running together. Also in third here from Taylor is Alex Ortiz.
There you take a look at Kimboli and Katani. Still in the middle of the pack. I keep thinking they're going to make their move and get back up with the leaders, but so far
they're content to just stay
content.
put.
Yep, absolutely. They're content.
So it is still Hannock out in front. He was the champion in the IWU Midwest Classic at the 3,000 meter distance. He was also the runner-up at the Trojan Invite earlier this season. Again, in his sophomore season now here at Taylor. He was 12th at the 5,000 meter distance at the Crossroads League Outdoor a season ago. Kemboy now well back in the field, tucked in right behind Blake Hipkiss of Marion in the middle of the pack, but he is looking very comfortable here as he appears to start pushing ahead towards the front. And there you see Kemboy, and then as well as Kitney right behind him. And they've both kind of picked up the pace here as we work towards halfway.
Well, they need to, though. They've really built themselves a deficit in this race compared to what their seed times are and how we know how they're capable of running.
There's the difference between they and the leader in Hannock. As you could see, Hannock moved through the first turn. So it's still Hannock and Friesen out in front, as they'll come around to about the 4:40 mark here, halfway here in this 3,000 meters. And Hannock starting to pick up the pace just a little bit. But now Kemboy starting to stretch away from his teammate Kitney as he tries to catch the fifth place runners here in Austin Lipey as well as Alex Ortiz. Hannock starting to stretch the lead a little bit over Friesen here in second.
Ryan Hannock is in a nice groove right now. You can tell Friesen's starting to labor just a little bit. You can see him just kind of trying to push himself so he doesn't lose touch with him, but Hannock is really smooth right now.
Kemboy is comfortable now in sixth place here as he works just on the hip of Austin Lipey. And now he moves to the outside in sixth, trying to challenge for fifth, and now Lipey is going to shut the door on him and keep with it. So there is Hannock again on your screen, but there is a battle brewing behind him as now Kemboy moves into fourth place. He was as low as 10th. And now moving ahead. Only a handful of laps remaining as now Kemboy and Lipey move into second place behind Hannock. This group in second place going to start really pushing to try and reel Hannock back in. But Hannock has put some distance in the bank for himself here as in the latter half of this race.
He's got a good 50 meters ahead.
So there is Hannock in front, and you see the difference from second behind him. Austin Lipey now starting to push the pace on Kemboy, who is right there with him on his tail in second place. Hannick appears to be laboring a little bit now here as Lipey starts to reel him in. Kemboy right there with them, as well as Alex Ortiz. The lead was 50 meters. Now it appears to be 40 meters and counting. Hannick still holding the rest of the field at arm's length. Austin Lipey now really trying to pump his arms to catch Hannick. The lead now 25 meters in closing.
Keep waiting for Kemboy to make a move here, but I think he's just too far back. The Goshen runner who came in with the #1 seed.
Alex Ortiz right on the heel there of Kemboy as Austin Lipey has made it tough here for Kemboy. But it is still Hannick who is holding and barely holding on to that long lead. How about this performance from Ryan Hannick?
Been solid all the way.
Not one of the top seeds coming into this event. Now Lipey really kicking it in here now as Hannick tries to hang on. Final lap here, coming to the final 100 meters. There you see the deficit.
Oh, baby, here comes Lipey.
Closing in on Hannick. Hannick trying to lift his knees as much as he can. Lipey is going to catch him coming to the final 50. It's a drag race now for the win, and it is going to be Lipey, but right there is Hannick. He kicks it into a final gear. It is a photo finish. We will check the scorer's monitor here. That was awfully close as both runners embrace. What a run from Lipey and Hannick. Hannick led from the very beginning and appears to have never surrendered. We do not have a final result yet. It was that close. And they're going to give it to Hannick.
Oh, wow.
Just barely. 8:26.49. And Lipey 8:26.50. The difference, 1/100th of a second. And Hannick is able to gut it out to get the win.
All I could see maybe was Lipey stretched just a little before he got to the line here. Wow, what a race. He starts to lean there, and they're not quite there, and there you see.
Right at
Hannick.
The torso.
Wow, what a great race.
Great camera work as well by our ISC Sports Network crew to just grab that by 100th of a second. And you see Austin Lipey and Ryan Hannick joking with each other.
What a great race.
That was an incredible race. And so Hannick, not only your conference champion in the Crossroads League, he also qualifies on the A standard for the national meet. So he and Lipey both going to be competing again with each other at the NAIA Indoor here in a week's time.
And now let's go back to Alvin Keeter, who won the first race at 8:48. So that is going to get him 7th place. At least, I just lost the standard there, but he's going to be at least 7th and maybe 6th on the board there coming from the first heat. So nice job by Keeter, who ran and just ran away with it in that first race.
So with that, we'll take another quick timeout. When we come back, we will have the women's 4x400 meter relay. Stick with us. Closing moments here at the Crossroads League Championships on the ISC Sports Network.
Some say you have to choose between reaching for Mars or harnessing more energy from a star. Going faster than the speed of sound versus bringing clean water from out of the ground. We say, why not both? The choice then is Marian University's Whitaker School of Engineering. Discover success with purpose. Learn more at marian.edu/engineering.
Still waiting? You could have been seen by an orthopedic specialist at Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Avoid the wait, cost, and drama of the ER. Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Orthopedic care without the drama. Find a location near you. Still waiting? You could have been seen by an orthopedic specialist at Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Avoid the wait, cost, and drama of the ER. Ortho Indy Urgent Care. Orthopedic care without the drama. Find a location near you.
The minute I stepped foot on campus, I didn't want to leave.
Everyone here is about helping you succeed.
It's hard work, but it's totally worth it. I have so much support from my advisors.
The nursing program is why I chose Marion.
I'm studying to be a teacher.
I'm a business major.
My professors really challenge me, and I know I'll be ready for my career.
A great education is the best thing you could ever do for yourself.
Marion University, an exceptional education and an unforgettable experience. Apply today for full scholarship consideration at marion.edu.
This is the Pepsi for America's best barbecue. Worthy of 100-mile detours and 1,000 likes. Looks good. This is the Pepsi for mopping, dipping, and dousing. Whatever you're craving, this is the Pepsi for you. This is the Pepsi for serious fans and serious eats. This is the Pepsi for Sundays at the ballpark and days off at your favorite pizza joint. Right, Aaron?
Best slice in New York.
Whatever you're craving, this is the Pepsi for you.
Well, there is a look at the women's team standings going into the final event here of this Crossroads League Championships. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. Pete, the Marion women have the conference title locked up with their big lead over Taylor at this point going into. So now it's just about bragging rights as far as the team is concerned. But still, you want to get that conference championship in the 4x4. We will have two-time finals here going into this one, but a heck of an effort today by the Marion women. And then you look at the men's standings, it's even more of a landslide there for the Marion Knights.
Yeah, they've dominated this meet. That's why they get such great high accolades in the national NAIA standings, and something to shoot for in the future for these other schools.
The Marion Knights will have plenty of runners and competitors in field events as well as on the track at the NAIA Indoor Track and Field Championships. Will be coming up here in about a week's time. And then after that, it's on to the outdoor season. And so the meet time right now is 5:11. The 4x400 meter relay for the women due to go off here in about 3 minutes or so. So they kind of got back on time as they rattled off all of those events there as they were a little bit behind schedule, but they have since been able to make up that deficit in time as the women's 4x400 meter competitors in this first-time final making their way here to the front straight here. It will be Goshen, Spring Arbor, Grace, and Huntington in this first flight.
Quite frankly, none of those teams most likely can run a relay split that can get them to compete against the other. As I look at the seed times, Taylor comes in at a 4:08.95. They are the slowest seed time that's going to be in the Section 2 flight of this 4x4. Grace comes in with the best time in this race of 4:14.92 as the teams start to walk on the track here. There's the Spring Arbor team.
The meet record set back in 2020. 3 minutes 57.91 by Indiana Wesleyan. The NAIA A standard to qualify for the national meet is 3:56.80. The Marion women have already hit that standard this year, running 3:56.01 at the IUPUI Invitational. The Marion women will be in the second final. Grace, the overall top seed here in this first flight. Their season best was set back at the Marion Invitational just a week ago at 4:14.92. So again, you have the 4x400 meter relay, so it is 2 laps per competitor. The opening leg will have the 2-turn stagger, so you will have the brake line at the end of turn number 2 after they come away with the start, and then they will run in the bottom lane in a free-for-all for the remainder after spending the first 3 quarters of the first lap in their lanes.
It's just been an excellently run meet today. It's just everything's been smooth. If you're just joining us, our broadcast, if you're just joining us, this is the first televised track and field meet here at the new Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. Beautiful facility. Used to be the swine barn here at the State Fairgrounds in Indiana if you're watching from out of state. And I know Governor Holcomb, not trying to put a plug in for him, but now he was a big proponent of using some funds to get this to be just a great facility. You and I were talking off the air, Kurt. You think U.S. Nationals may be here indoors?
I could anticipate them coming here with how well this meet has run, but also just the pristineness of all the equipment, the facilities, all of it has been excellent for running some quality track and field here today.
Plenty of parking, despite the fact we have the gun and knife show going on at the fairgrounds. But a big weekend here in Indianapolis with the NBA All-Star Weekend taking place. And it's just been an exciting time to be in Indianapolis, except for the snow we got yesterday afternoon and evening that caused about 80 wrecks in the metropolitan Indianapolis area.
That came out of nowhere.
Oh, my gosh. And the plows did as well as they could. They just couldn't keep up with how fast it was falling, how wet it was, slushy, mushy. Ugh.
Still a balmy 19 degrees outside. As the first section here of the women's 4x400 meter relay gets underway. So already out here at the top of the stagger here appears to be Grace.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I would say Grace has got the best chance of winning this. Huntington in the lead right now.
So Huntington now with the early lead as Lydia Baker, the leadoff competitor here for Huntington, establishes the lead, but Spring Arbor now moving ahead. That is Ava Houghton there for Spring Arbor, now moving ahead into the lead. But Candace Manning of Grace holding on for second. And it's a neck and neck as we go to the first exchange.
Lancers in the lead after the first exchange. Quickly.
So Grace now taking control here as it's Trista Hilton taking up the lead here for Grace, and now they really give themselves a little bit of a cushion. One more lap here for Hilton. And getting set for the next exchange here as Grace holds on to the lead.
Well, she has stretched it out in her leg. This Hilton, you say?
This is actually Friesen.
Friesen,
That's
okay.
Tara Friesen out there.
Yep, nice leg.
So Friesen now will hand things off to Gracious O'Connor. O'Connor had a solid day in the 400 earlier.
Yeah, we saw her win her heat. Did not place, I don't believe, but won her heat, early heat, and she did not have a seed time coming in, so she's just getting back into the action, I think.
Indeed she is. O'Connor usually runs the second leg, but coach is putting her in at the third leg here today as she now holds on to the lead. It looks like she might be fading a little bit, but she gives herself plenty of cushion to the rest of the pack. So Grace with Gracious O'Connor still well out in front, and she will hand things off to Kylie Souter, who was the champion in the 800 meters earlier today, making that big push near the end. And now we'll have to run half that distance here to close things out here in the 4x4. So Goshen in second, followed by Huntington. And Spring Arbor now moving it right back inside here with third. But Kylie Souter looking really comfortable out in front here for Grace.
Just a reminder, it's a timed final. So again, she may be winning the race, but she's also running against the clock. Sometimes to meet standards, but in this case, to beat a team or two maybe in that last flight that has a faster seed time, which has caused Grace to be in this, the slower of the two heats.
Top 8 teams score in this relay. So Kylie Souter with an excellent anchor leg will bring Grace home in a new season best time at 4:05 and some change. That best there meet their season best by nearly 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Goshen comes in second with Spring Arbor and Huntington bringing up the rear.
I think Grace has a chance to beat one of those teams. We'll see how the second race goes. They all have extremely fast seed times. The 405.7 would beat the Mount Vernon seed time and the Taylor seed time. But again, we're running on a track that's a world-class track. So you'd think you may, if you're having a good day, could break that time.
So Kylie Souter getting the job done there for Grace. As now we move to the second section here in the women's 4x400 meter relay, we will have 5 competitors. So needless to say here, Pete, it's going to be a crowded track.
A little bit tighter, yeah, a little bit tighter.
Since you're going to have runners all the way from 2 up to 6. With Taylor, Mount Vernon, Indiana Wesleyan, Marion, and Bethel.
And if you're a fan, you're saying, wait a minute, the league has 10 teams. St. Francis not fielding a 4x400 meter relay team here in the women's race.
St. Francis has run a 4x4 earlier this year, but opting not to field a team here today at the conference championship. The last time they had a 4x4 was back in early December at the Mastodon opener, but that was about it.
Do you know where that's at?
Up in Fort Wayne.
Purdue-Fort Wayne?
The Purdue-Fort Wayne Mastodons, formerly the IPFW Mastodons.
And formerly the IPFW Tuskers. When I was in college, we played them, and they were called the Tuskers.
I forgot that they were called the Tuskers back in the day.
But here's another trivia question. IUPUI, since we're in the city of Indianapolis, before they were the Jaguars, were the...
That I'm not sure of.
Metros.
That's right, the Metros, okay.
Jordan Shrew with the right answer there in our headphones, our producer today. Our crew's been awesome today. They were the Metros, yes. I thought that was kind of a cool name, the Metros.
It is actually a cool name. It's kind of retro.
It is retro. Jordan's kind of retro.
By the way, another quick shout out to our ISC Sports Network crew, our director, Jordan Shue. On the replay, Wes Wolf. And then on the cameras today, Eric Connect, Dylan Lax, Dalton Cox, and Devin Hale. Guys, you did an excellent job in the first televised meet here inside the Fall Creek Pavilion.
Poor old Eric and Dalton's had to hear me now for 2 consecutive days because we worked on the team together last night of the high school game between Pike and Lawrence North. So thank you for your patience, guys.
So on to the championship final here of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Again, the meet record set back in 2020 by Indiana Wesleyan. 3 minutes, 57 seconds.
Marion the favorite in this, according to seed times. Bethel second, Wesleyan third. Could be a good one here, but Marion 5-second difference already on seed times coming in.
So a clean start. And already Allie Hawk of Indiana Wesleyan pushing the pace. Outside there on Marion. Allie Hawk, the runner-up in the 60 meters earlier today. 3rd place in the 200 meters. And she's out to a brisk pace here as Bethel now challenging for second as they shut the door there on Marion. That appears to be Claire Lang, the leadoff there for Marion.
And she just took off.
After getting shut down there by Bethel, but still How about this opening leg here from Allie Hawk of Indiana Wesleyan?
That's a good one. Going to be a sub 60. Good exchange. Wesleyan with a big lead after the first handoff.
So Hawk will hand it off now to Caitlin Ely, I believe. Marion in second, and they are going to close it big time now here as this looks like Taylor Thomas.
Well, I think all three of them may catch Wesleyan before it's over on this one.
One more lap here on this exchange.
Yeah, they are all clicking pretty well.
That's actually Hannah Reuter of Marion there on the second exchange here. Moving things on as Reuter closing the gap here on Wesleyan. But now this is where you feel the burn in the final 100 meters of a 400-meter race.
Nice job by Huntington. She did hold him off. She picked up the pace. Thought she got a little too complacent. Nice leg.
Clean handoff here for Wesleyan. This is Brooke Kaufman, the freshman for Marion now. And she uses her long stride. Look at that. She completely ran her down in the first 100 of that exchange.
Can she keep that pace? Great job of getting the lead.
Keeping things moving now here. Marion has the lead over Indiana Wesleyan. It's going to be tight now here as now Wesleyan making the challenge back on the other side, but
can't get her.
Can't get her. Quite there. Kaufman kicking it in. And coming to the final exchange.
It's Claire Lang, isn't it?
This is Claire Lang.
Yes, yeah, this is Claire Lang. Remember her running earlier.
It was Jones earlier on.
Yes.
It is now Lang. And Lang now a very capable runner as we've seen before. And she has the task of trying to hold off Indiana Wesleyan here. Final lap.
Great stride. She's got a great stride here. Feeling comfortable and loose.
So a big way to cap off the conference indoor season here for the Marion Knights. And now looking to try and get a meet record here. It may be close here as they're looking for 3:57 into the final 50.
I think she's got it.
She has got it. It's going to be a new meet record here by 2 seconds for the Marion Knights. 3 minutes, 55 seconds. A blistering pace, as I've said a lot here today, but still getting the job done there was Claire Lang for the Marion Knights.
And Grace, the winner of the first flight, is going to move into the top 5. They finished 5th. Bethel at 4:03, Grace at 4:05.7.
And that is the end of the women's meet here at the Crossroads League Track and Field Championships. Marion capping off another team championship with a win in the 4x400 meter relay. And now the Knights are champions 3 years in a row. 4 of the 5 conference meets that have been scored in the history of the Crossroads League have now come into the hands of the Marion Knights.
We see Coach Mike Homan giving his relay team high fives. Yeah, great anchor by Claire Lang there. It's the toughest spot when you're in a relay and you've got the baton and you've got the lead. You know all you have to do is hold it, and yet you know that you're running against the fastest from the other team on the same leg.
And there's a final look at the team standings. Marion well clear of Taylor. Taylor, though, getting a lot of points scored here this meet, but the Marion Knights showing their moxie and getting the job done here for yet another conference championship.
Yeah, very, very strong team here.
They will have plenty of runners going on to the national meet as well.
Infield judge trying to clear the infield out for the men to come out for their race. Done a nice job today. I mean, it's always been something, they just kind of linger, they hang around after a race. They want to talk a little bit about it, but it's always nice to have the infield cleaned out for the men's race and vice versa. And in this big spacious pavilion, there's plenty of room for the teams to go to. Just can't tell you how impressed I am with this facility.
So this will be the first of two-time finals here in the men's 4x400 meter relay. Overall, the team to beat here today appears to be the Mount Vernon Nazarene. They have a league-leading time at 3:17 this year. That was set back at the Ashland Invitational January 20th. But the Marion Knights right there with them as well at 3:18. They have not yet hit the automatic qualifying standard to make it to the national meet with a 4x4 team. They hit the B standard at the Marion Invitational back on February 9th. In this opening section, you'll have Huntington, Goshen, Bethel, and Taylor.
I know Mount Vernon hasn't scored a lot of points this year, but they've had some quality runners.
They have some niche runners, to say the least. As Huntington already pushing the pace here in this opening leg of the 4x4. And that looks like Grady Martin out in front there for Huntington. Getting things moving there, followed by Taylor. It's actually Parker Baker out in front there for Huntington. So Baker with a solid opening leg here for his team. And coming to the next exchange.
And
we have a drop baton. They should be disqualified for that one since it went out of the lane. We'll check the officials on that one, but looks like Bethel might be in some trouble here as they continue on. We'll take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, we're right on, aren't we? Just didn't secure it in the hand, close the hand before he got it completely inside the wrist.
It stayed in their lane. So they are still in the race as it appears. Meanwhile, while we were looking at that replay, Taylor has taken the lead here in this opening leg, or rather this opening heat. That is Caleb Kroll.
I thought maybe he'd be running the anchor. He's had a good day today.
And another handoff. So Huntington with some ground to make up here. But it has been all Taylor here through the last two exchanges. Still moving right along here, Huntington. Even keel. But it's still all Taylor. So coming to the final exchange.
He doesn't have the most prolific running style, but he's going to hold on to this lead. He's going to get her done.
Taylor with the final exchange now. Tough handoff there for Huntington, but they get it done.
Goshen takes over third in this race now. Bethel's dropped back to fourth.
Into the bell lap. Taylor has held the lead by about maybe 25 meters ever since the second exchange. And it appears that's how it's going to be. In fact, it is going to grow.
The question now is Bargesser from Bethel, who just passed Goshen. Can he get one more runner and get second in this heat?
Meet record is 3:20. Not going to get that here in this B final, but Taylor across the line at 3:26.53. So Taylor besting their previous time by about 3.5 seconds. That was set back at the Trojan Invite on January 27th. And Taylor coming away with the win here in this first of 2 finals here as we get one more here in the men's 4x4. So this will be the final event of the evening.
There you see the Taylor team celebrating that heat win. Nice job. All you can do is try to win your heat and get the best time you can, 3:26.53. We'll see if that beats any of the 5 running in the faster heat that's coming up.
So in this faster heat, you have Marion in lane 6, Mount Vernon lane 5, Spring Arbor lane 4, Indiana Wesleyan in lane 3, and Grace in lane 2.
Just again, I have to make a note. I just appreciate the sportsmanship of these Crossroad League teams. I mean, they're competing like heck, but I see them wishing each other good luck before and typically after the race. They suffer together when they're breathing so hard, and they say a few things to each other. Sportsmanship has been just outstanding.
Track and field is a sport of camaraderie amongst competitors. So as I mentioned at the outset, Crossroads League Conference Championship meet record is 3:20.56, set by Mount Vernon of Nazarene back in 2020. The NAIA A standard to qualify for the national meet is 3:17.83, 3:19.31 for the B standard.
Definitely 2 teams have a shot at it here, as you just mentioned. Mount Vernon Nazarene has a shot at that, and Marion. Both could break the record, and both could meet that A standard of the NAIA.
In fact, Mount Vernon has already met that A standard. That was back at the Ashland Invitational, but Marion has not. They have a chance to do that. Spring Arbor, the 3rd best team seed-wise coming into the meet. They are 3:23, their best time this year. They certainly have a shot at possibly getting that B standard. And as I explained before, the A standard is an automatic qualify to the national meet. The B standard means you've met the minimum threshold to compete, but it depends on how many other competitors qualify nationally as well.
Here we go. Final race of the day.
Final race. 6 hours and 6 minutes ago, we came on the air.
You've been here for 2 days, too. You were here
Indeed,
yesterday.
yeah, I came yesterday to watch some of the competition earlier. But here we go with the final event of the evening.
Oh.
And a clean start. And already Marion pushing the pace along with Mount Vernon Nazarene on the outside lanes. So trickling down here, it will be Marion with the early lead. That is Eli Givens, the leadoff leg here for the Knights. And right behind him is Seth McCloskey of Mount Vernon. And a beautiful opening leg here for the Knights from Givens.
Yeah, Eli's got a great stride.
And the first exchange is clean for all 5 teams. Marion still well out in front. This is Andrew McDade, it appears, for Marion. Meanwhile, Liam Neer here for Mount Vernon trying to close the gap.
He got caught up in a bad spot there where he had to slow his pace down. The Mount Vernon runner did. Neer
still right on the hip here of McDade. And this is probably the best performance you could expect here from Andrew McDade as he is able to hold off, and he will hand off to his teammate. This is going to be Richard Dubé, the basketball player turned 400-meter runner from Perry Meridian. And he has a long and quick stride to give himself a little bit of a cushion here over Mount Vernon.
He's got a nice lead, too.
This is Marcus Whaley here for Mount Vernon, it appears. Actually, that's actually the Isaac Ramsmeyer. But still, how about Dubé? He is able to hold a big lead here for Marion. And he will hand things off here to Rafe Miller. Meanwhile, Mount Vernon, their final leg is Jaden Haldeman. He is the heptathlete who has been able to rest up a little bit here, and he is coming with a vengeance here on Miller for Marion. Final lap.
Got too much to make up, though, Haldeman, but boy, he's had a great day with the heptathlon and now here.
So the Marion Knights with a full back straight lead on Mount Vernon. So Mount Vernon had the top seeded time coming into this meet, but it's going to be the Marion Knights, and they will be doing it in a new meet record. Coming across the line is Miller, 3:14.2. That is a new meet record by 6 seconds.
Wow.
And they also qualify for the national meet on the A standard by 3 seconds. And Coach Holman right there is more than happy to see that result there from his team.
Mike's done a wonderful job orchestrating this program after a long time, great career as the high school coach at Lawrence Central High School. Wow. He found 4 runners that matched, because I tell you, the handoffs were good.
So Marion commiserating and celebrating another win here in the men's 4x400 meter relay, but also touting a men's Crossroads League championship.
Quick note from the first heat, Taylor's 326.53 did place 5th. They did get grace on that.
So there you have it, as the Knights continue to celebrate here in what has been an excellently run meet here by the Crossroads League. So we'll take a look at the final men's standings.
Wow.
253.5 points by Marion. They not only win the Crossroads League championship, they absolutely destroy the rest of the league. What an effort there by the Marion Knights here this year to win their 5th conference championship in a row.
Well, they've got a lot of good athletes right now. They've got almost every event filled, whether getting 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, and then after that they get the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. So just their depth has been really great. Mount Vernon Nazarene, nice meet for them to get 2nd in this league. We had some records set today. It's just been a really nice day here at this beautiful Fall Creek Pavilions. And I don't want to be remiss and not say the Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. So people stepped up really well.
Well, that'll do it for us here from the Fall Creek Pavilion here at the State Fairgrounds. Lots of great competition. Pete Smith, a pleasure working with you today, my friend.
Really enjoyed it. We'll do it again in another month. Let's do it together.
You have been watching the Crossroads League Track and Field Championships here on the ISC Sports Network. For Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling, saying so long till next time here on the ISC Sports Network.